Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the January 5th board meeting. Ms. Barrios, can you please begin?
El siguiente mensaje será repetido en español. I would like to provide a brief overview of tonight's meeting. After a few procedural items, the board will hear 30 minutes of public comment. At the end of the meeting, there will be another and final opportunity for additional public comment. So if you do not get to speak at the beginning of the meeting, you can stay and speak at the end. To participate in public comment, please raise your hand now by clicking on the participant button at the bottom of your screen and selecting the raise your hand. To comment by phone, you'll be prompted to raise your hand by pressing *9. If you wait to raise your hand until public comment period starts, you will not get to speak and you'll have to wait until next public comment period. When called upon, you'll be prompted to a panelist. This means that you will appear on screen. If you do not wish to appear on camera, please be sure to disable your camera on your end. The board president will usually call on our students first. So if you are a student who wishes to speak, please write student at the end of your name. The board president will determine whether to set tonight's speaking time at 1, 2, or 3 minutes per speaker. On an individual basis, she also has a discretion to allow for extra time for those who need translation or have other special needs. When your time has elapsed, you will see Vice President Babbitt holding a sign letting you know you have 15 seconds left. If you are still speaking, you are allowed to finish your sentence, but please try not to speak beyond your time. Thank you. Voy a proporcionarles un resumen detallando el orden de esta reunión. Después de los procedimientos preliminares, un periodo de 30 minutos será dedicado a comentarios públicos. Al final de la junta, que usualmente puede ser cerca de las 10, habrá una segunda y última oportunidad para quienes desean participar en comentario público y parte de miembros de la audiencia que no tuvieron la oportunidad de proporcionar comentarios durante el primer periodo de comentario público. Para comentar por videoconferencia, favor de levantar la mano ya haciendo clic en el botón participantes en la parte de abajo. Levantar la mano o raise your hand. Para comentar por teléfono, levanta la mano presionando *9. Favor de hacerlo ya que si se espera hasta el inicio del periodo comentario públicos, tendrá que esperar hasta el final de la reunión para participar. Usualmente, la presidenta llamará a los estudiantes primero. La presidenta de la mesa directiva otorgará 1, 2 o 3 minutos por orador y tiempo adicional a quienes requieren traducción o cualquier otra adaptación especial. Al ser llamado, será promocionado a panelista y aparecerá en pantalla. Si no desea aparecer en pantalla, por favor de apagar su cámara. Cuando le faltan 15 segundos, la vicepresidenta le hará saber levantar la mano un cartel. Si todavía está hablando cuando se acaba el tiempo, puede terminar su tiempo, puede terminar su oración, pero por favor trate de no sobrepasar su tiempo. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Ms. Barrios. Hello, everyone, and welcome again to the January 5th meeting of the Berkeley Unified School District Board of Education. I'm delighted to, of course, welcome you all once again. I would like to remind you that this meeting is being recorded and will be accessible online. Ms. Barrios, can you please, I would like to, first, before I ask you to call the roll, Ms. Barrios, I'd like to now call the open session of tonight's meeting to order at 7:07 p.m. For the record, closed session began at 6:30. Ms. Barrios, can you please take the roll?
Director Anjuna Mascareñas-Swan.
Present.
Director Ana Vasudev.
Presente.
Director Julie Sinai.
Here.
Director Alper.
Here.
Vice President Babbitt.
Here.
And President Brown.
Present. Thank you so much. We have now reached the point in our agenda for public comment. If you would like to speak during our public comment opportunity, you can raise your hand using the raise hand icon at the bottom of the Zoom panel. And once we begin the public comment period, this is just a reminder that anyone who raises their hands after we've begun the period will only be permitted to speak at the end of the meeting and during our second public comment opportunity. If you are a student, just like Ms. Barrios said in her opening comments, please remember to put S behind your name or put student in front of or behind your name so that you may be given priority to speak. In the meantime, while people are raising their hands, I would like to ask Vice President Babbitt to please show the signs that you will be holding up for folks as they indicate how much time, as it indicates how much time each person will be given to speak tonight. Okay, perfect. And so as you see Ms. Babbitt raising these signs, please remember she's going to give you a reminder when you have 15 seconds to speak and also when your time is up. So before we do that, Vice President Babbitt, can you please report out from closed session?
Yes, thank you so much. Closed session today was called to order at 5:30 p.m. All members were present. And for item 3.1, we heard an update and gave direction. That was all for closed session today.
Thank you, Director Babbitt. And before we proceed with public comment, we do need to entertain a motion to make some adjustments to our agenda this evening. As you all can see, we have our presentation on our math workshop agendized as our last item for the evening. However, we do have a number of staff as well as teachers who are here to present tonight. And so with the direction of the board, I would like to ask that we switch the agenda to move that presentation to the first item. And then following, we will have the Puente discussion presentation. And then after that, we will deal with the two votes that I'm sure people are here to see this evening. So with that being said, can I please, I will now entertain a motion from the board to make those changes to the agenda.
I'd like to motion to move those changes forward.
It's been moved by Director Vasudev. Director Alper, would you like to second?
Yes.
Okay, it's been properly moved and seconded by Director Vasudev and Director Alper. I would like to call for the question if there needs to be any discussion on this item. Hearing none, Ms. Barrios, can you please call the roll for the vote?
Student Director Mascareñas Swan,
Yes.
Director Vasudev,
Yes.
Director Sinai,
Yes.
Director Alper,
Yes.
Vice President Babbitt,
Yes.
and President Brown.
Yes, thank you so much. We will now officially move to our public comment period for this evening. As it stands, we have 5 people with their hands up who would like to speak and give public comment this evening. And so Director Babbitt, we will give each speaker 3 minutes. We will begin public comment with Yvette Falarca, followed by Deborah Thiess, Laura Rivas, Paz Melendez, and Dan McDonald. So Ms. Falarca, are you connected with us right now?
I am, thank you.
Okay, perfect. Please begin. Welcome.
Thank you. Yvette Falarca, representing the Eon BAM caucus. I'm speaking here tonight to call on BOSD to shut down face-to-face instruction in our schools and to reinstate virtual learning for everyone in order to stop the tsunami of this COVID surge. The claim by too many public health officials, school boards, and politicians that they know how to keep the children safe is simply false. COVID-19 infections among US children are skyrocketing, and hospitalizations of children due to COVID are the highest they've ever been, and they're still rising exponentially. The full impact of the holiday season on COVID-19 spread, hospitalization rates, and deaths won't even be fully apparent until mid to late January. Berkeley's policy to keep schools open will guarantee the spread of infection of countless children and their families. Today, in the space of 2 hours, I learned that 2 people I know died of COVID. One of them is 25 years old. COVID caused him to have a stroke and he went brain dead. His family took him off life support today. I know my experience has been replicated, by far too many people across the nation and the world. and Berkeley is no exception. Public officials like the school board are betting on a long shot when they're gambling with our lives, the lives of our children, and overwhelmingly the lives of Black, Latina, Latino, immigrant, and working class and poor communities. We can't accept death and disease as the price that must be paid by us for keeping society open and profits rolling in. The preservation of human life and health has to be preeminent. Any society that accepts the death and destruction of its own citizens at the cost of doing business is in terminal decay. We don't have to stand by and let this happen. Take action and defend ourselves, our families, and our communities.
Thank you so much. Next, we will have Deborah. Followed by Lauda Rivas.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All
Welcome.
right, sorry, I don't know what happened there. My name is Deborah Thiess, and I'm a Berkeley Unified Preschool Special Education teacher. I'm speaking tonight to ask the board to please help us bring COVID testing back to preschool. Our students are not yet eligible for vaccination. They are not allowed at the district testing site, and many are not great at effective masking. We have staff and students who currently have COVID, and it's very unnerving to know that our students are not being tested. I'm concerned for my students, their families, and my colleagues. It feels like COVID has the potential to get out of control at our preschools. On a personal level, I've recently become the primary caregiver for my parents who are elderly and unwell. I'm extremely concerned about picking up COVID at work and infecting them. My worry would be somewhat alleviated if we had student testing set up at preschool. Our students were tested regularly in the spring of 2021, and we already have testing set up for TK through 8 students. Testing for elementary and above was a priority for the district in its fall planning. I'm not sure why preschool was left out of this planning, but it sure is frustrating. It feels like the district is pushing preschool aside and hasn't prioritized our well-being. Please, please, please make COVID testing for our preschools a top priority. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Thiess. We will have Lauda Rivas, followed by Melinda Canales.
Good evening, school board members. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Laura Rivas. I'm the parent of a 2nd and 6th grader in BUSD, and I'm here as an official rep for Latinos Unidos de Berkeley tonight. Since before the passing of the Latinx resolution, we have been advocating in our meetings with superintendent for a culturally affirming program that addresses closing the opportunity gap for Latinx learners, particularly with college and career readiness. Since last year, we have advocated at Club de Padres, at Longfellow, the monthly meetings with the superintendent, and the middle school assignment meetings about the importance of Puente as a program that will create a critical pathway for Latinx students to attend college starting in middle school. As the board knows, 23% of BUSD students are Latinx, but our district doesn't have a culturally affirming programs that address student achievement for our students. The most recent 2020 Vision data confirms that Latinx students continue to fall behind in college and career readiness when they graduate from Berkeley High. There also continue to be pronounced gaps for Latinx learners in as early as elementary school. As a district, you need to urgently reverse this trend through targeted intervention for Latinx learners that start early. Though we're pleased about the Latinx resolution, we want the board to fully fund the work required in this resolution, or else it's just a nice policy with no teeth. This includes launching a culturally affirming program that to address student achievement as outlined in the resolution. Latinos Unidos de Berkeley is here to advocate for Puente because of the many merits of this program, including serving as a critical pipeline for Latinx students in K-12 to higher education. This program was started in the 90s and has a proven track record of success and evaluation support from UC Berkeley. Puente brings educators, community, and parents together by fostering a relationship of mutual responsibility and accountability. Puente will ensure that our students will be successful in college. The investment in the program is not just an investment into a cohort. It's an investment in rethinking how our schools re-engage the full Latinx community and create a pathway from Berkeley Unified to Berkeley City and UC Berkeley. Finally, we're here to advocate for the board's commitment to launch this program next year. Next year, as the superintendent stated to us in our monthly meetings. If you truly care about equity, please fund the launch of the program and fund hiring a counselor for next academic year. Our students and community have been waiting for far too long for the launch of Puente, and we don't want to see this critical program delayed any further. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rivas. Next, we will have Paz Melinda Canales, followed by Dan McDunn.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome, Paz.
Okay. Hi, my name is Paz Melendez Canales, and I'm a BUSD parent and member of Latinos Unidos de Berkeley. I'm basically here to reiterate the same thing Laura already mentioned, that since before the passing of the Latinx resolution, LAB has been advocating in our meetings with the superintendent, at Club de Padres in Longfellow, middle school assignment meetings for a culturally affirming program that addresses closing the opportunity gap for Latinx learners, particularly regarding college and career readiness. And since last year, we've also advocated about the importance of Puente as a program that will create a critical pipeline for Latinx students to attend college starting in middle school. As the board knows, 23% of BUSD students are Latinx, but the district doesn't have culturally affirming programs that address Latinx students' achievement. So the most recent 2020 Vision data confirms that Latinx continue to fall behind in college and career readiness when they graduate from Berkeley High. We continue to have pronounced gaps for Latinx learners in as early as elementary school. So as a district, you need to urgently reverse this trend through targeted interventions for Latinx learners that start early. We are pleased with the Latinx resolution. We want the board to fully fund the work required in this resolution, or else it's just a nice policy with no teeth. So Latinos Unidos is here to advocate for Puente because of the many merits of the program, including serving as a critical pipeline for Latinx students through K-12 and on to higher education. Puente has a proven record of success and evaluation supported by UC Berkeley. So, for example, it brings counselors, community, and parents together by fostering a relationship of mutual responsibility and accountability. And the district and the design of Puente has a strong built-in parent engagement component so that parents can be partners with the schools. Puente also ensures that our students will be successful in college, as the programming provides the tools and framework to ensure student success. So the investment in the Puente project is not just an investment into a cohort, it's an investment in rethinking how our schools re-engage the full Latinx community and create a pipeline for Berkeley Unified to a four-year university. Therefore, we're asking the board to commit to launch this program next year, as we've been previously promised. If you truly care about equity, please fund the launch of Puente, fund hiring a Puente counselor for the next academic year, and fund the program for the next 4 years to ensure success. Our students and community have been waiting for too long for the launch of Puente, and we do not want to see this critical program delayed any further. So please update parents also before the end of June on how the program will be implemented. And thank you, and please vote yes tonight to fund the Puente program and begin implementation next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Paz, and thank you for being here as well. Our last speaker of the evening will be Dan McDunn. Dan, welcome.
Hey, right on. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you okay.
Hey, first of all, thank you guys for your service and, walking back into the fire here after the holidays and what is obviously a very challenging COVID environment. I really appreciate that. I'm an outspoken voice, passionate about how I feel about this particular topic that's driven by personal tragedy as a result of the dangers of this vaccine. And you have got to admit that there are now dangers. They're well documented across a variety of channels. And we have to recognize that in order to make good health decisions for ourselves. Recently, there's been a couple news studies. I updated you in September, I think, and October, about a new study regarding myocarditis and pericarditis by Tracy Hogue up at UC Davis. That's been backed up by now, I think, approaching 100 studies, most recently out of Hong Kong, The documented myocarditis hospital-required myo and pericarditis in 1 in 2,700 12 to 17-year-olds. A new German study, 1 in 2,400 12 to 17-year-old males will have a hospital visit as that's people given the vaccine. And that just gets worse after the third dose. There was a study I read this morning that in folks under 40, the data and the probability of a hospital-related visit from myocarditis just grows. That's all with the backdrop of what appears to be wholesale vaccine failure against the Omicron variant. So as we're seeing with this outbreak of Omicron, as we return back to school, a number of students and staff that are out with COVID positive cases is pretty shocking. My 12-year-old at Willard has been exposed 2 times by fully vaccinated teachers of his. He has this different modified quarantine protocol than vaccinated students, even though, as we know, doesn't seem to be any difference in the probability of one acquiring the virus based on vaccine status. I guess if you're going to continue to move forward with mandatory vaccinations in light of vaccine failure against the Omicron variant, I think I would like to see everyone tested or no one tested. And I think that it makes sense at this point, in light of vaccine failure to prevent transmission, that the quarantine protocols for both cohorts of students are the same. That's what a community that values equity would do, and I would like to see that. What else can I say? I just want to go on record that this is a time to lead. We could be leading the state instead of following really what seems to be a very destructive health bureaucracy. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. McDunn, for your comments and for being here this evening. As always, if you unfortunately missed the opportunity to speak to us during our public comment period, please remember that there is an extended public comment period at the end of the meeting. And you can also always email us directly at boardofed@berkeley.net, and you can also contact us individually. All of our information is posted online at www.berkeley.net/schoolboard. We will now have the opportunity to hear from our unions, which includes BCCE, BFT, UBA, and Local 21. Ms. Barrios, do we have any? If we have any union comments this evening, you are now able to raise your hand. Ms. Barrios, do we have any video comments this evening?
Yeah, I'll be sharing the BFT video.
We are ready to receive the BFT video at this time.
Hello, Dr. Stevens and the Berkeley Unified School Board. I'm Matt Meyer, president of the Berkeley Federation of Teachers. I'm here today to talk with you about ideas on how we can keep our schools open. The Omicron variant has changed many of our assumptions about how this year will operate, and like industries across the country, we will need to adapt. Because this variant transmits so much easier than previous versions, our current practices are not enough to prevent transmission in our schools, as we have seen this week. There are so many COVID cases that the current BUSD staff cannot keep up with contact tracing and testing. This will only get worse as we have only been back for 3 days. BUSD needs to update mask policies for students and staff. Students should have fitted surgical masks or cloth masks with 3 layers with filters embedded in them. KN95s need to be provided to all staff members. Right now, our mask policy does not cover types of masks, but we know that not having an appropriate mask is the same as not having a mask at all with this variant. We also need better enforcement of mask wearing. We know these conversations can be uncomfortable, but now more than ever, students and staff need to be wearing their masks correctly at all times. As BFT advocated last fall, vaccine should be a necessary condition for employment. To be considered fully vaccinated, you must have the booster when you qualify for it. It is still the best line of defense against hospitalization. Unvaccinated staff put our entire community at risk, and just having 2 doses of vaccines is not enough. Where mandatory vaccinations have been put into place, there's almost 100% compliance. This is going to be the case anyways next year, but next year is too late. We cannot wait until the beginning of the school year to find out someone is not vaccinated. Students also need boosters to be considered fully vaccinated, or they must test weekly. We are on the brink of not being able to sustain in-person classes. This is the #1 issue that we all need to be focused on. Without putting in place an updated mask and vaccine policy, in-person education will just not be sustainable. I'm not sure if everyone is aware of what is actually happening at our sites. Teachers are giving up their prep period to sub. All non-classroom teachers are subbing. Administrators are subbing. District office staff are subbing. Even with all of this, there are still uncovered classes. This is only day 3 of being back from break. Our teachers are putting in everything they have to keep our schools open, and it can only be sustained for so long. I want to commend Dr. Stevens, who worked throughout the holidays to make sure that we were prepared to function on January 3rd. He has kept keeping our schools open and having the necessary risk mitigation in place as task #1. We are one of the most prepared districts to open up at the beginning of this year and did not have some of the same issues that our neighboring districts had because of his leadership. There are many other issues our district needs to address this year, but keeping our schools open and meeting our students' needs during this ongoing pandemic has to be the top priority. I also want to thank Dr. Vasudeo, who has set us up to be a leader on the COVID testing side of risk mitigation. Her leadership helped us secure at-home tests over break and us being able to put in place modified quarantine measures right away, which keeps kids in class from the beginning of this year. Many districts still do not have this set up. The board allocating money for contact tracing and administrative support has also kept us running thus far. The decisions we make over the next couple of weeks will be of utmost importance. Our prior policies are just not enough to sustain us. We all knew this year wasn't going to be normal. It has been harder than anyone could have imagined. We must prioritize known COVID risk mitigation measures in order to remain in person and slow the community transmission of this variant. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Matt Meyer, for your comments. Matt Meyer is the president of the Berkeley Federation of Teachers. So Matt, thank you for your comments this evening on behalf of BFT. Are there any other union comments this evening? Hearing none, we will now have an opportunity to hear from our district committees. Is there anyone here to comment for district committees this evening? Okay, seeing none, we will now move on to our board member and superintendent comments. And I'll just go ahead and get us started. First, I'm so delighted to be here with you all this evening, and I am super appreciative of everything that was shared during public comment, the unique perspectives and the thoughtfulness that went into tonight's comments definitely moved me and hopefully resonated well with the rest of us as a board and as well as staff. I am also really looking forward to our first of its kind presentation or workshop this evening, our math workshop. I am so excited about the incredible panelists that we have joining us this evening. And I'm really excited to hear their insight and to hear their feedback as well as their recommendations. And so I invite the board to get excited with me as we dive right in to learn more about our math program within Berkeley Unified School District. Additionally, I am excited and thankful for the comments this evening that introduced and set us up for the vote tonight in regards to Puente. So thank you so much for those of you who came to comment this evening and for the continued advocacy around that program. Finally, I am also excited about the vote tonight that will be a little bit later after the Puente discussion. So as always, thank you all so much for joining us this evening and for sticking around for all of our presentations. If by any chance you cannot stick around to the end, please know that this is recorded and will be available on YouTube forever and ever and ever and ever. At this time, I am going to call on a very special person. All of our board members are special, but today is a very special day for one of our board members. Today is Director Alper's 30th birthday. And so we are going to get excited about Director Alper's birthday and ask him to open up with board member comments. Director Alper.
Thank you, President Brown. And I know you just had your 30th birthday, so it's nice to join you in our 4th decade.
Twinsies.
I'm also impressed with your faith in the longevity of the internet, but I hope that you're right, that it'll be around forever. Thank you, and it's good to be here. And I'm really excited about the math presentation, and I see on the screen here of 2 of our kids teachers, which is really cool to see, and I'm excited for the presentation. So I wanted to thank the people who came out to speak tonight. I wanted to say a couple words about COVID and our response, and then I know that we'll be hearing more from Dr. Stevens later. But I wanted to say that I'm really proud of how our district has responded so far to this latest wave across the country. We've seen communities divided really bitterly into camps. Either you don't care about kids or you don't care about teachers. And to be honest, we experienced some of that in our community last year, but as a board, and I think as a community this year, we haven't seen that. And as a board, we have always said unanimously that we think it's possible to have kids in school where they belong and have them be safe and have our staff be safe as long as appropriate mitigation efforts are in place. And that's the principle that's guided us, and it continues to guide us. And we had to make some hard decisions last year that not everyone agreed with. I think we did the best we could under the circumstances. In the spring of last year, we were the first district in the county to reopen our campuses for elementary school students 5 days a week. Later in the spring, we made a commitment to fully open the schools in the fall, this fall. And some were skeptical, but we did it. And that commitment to keep our schools open hasn't wavered, and our ability to follow through on it, as President Meyer from BFT mentioned, is due in large part to the leadership of Dr. Stevens and our incredibly hardworking staff. He and his staff had the foresight to recognize over the summer that what we now know as test to stay was the way to keep kids in school this fall. And he recommended that we put time and resources into building the infrastructure that allowed us to do that, well ahead of most districts in the state, keeping Berkeley students in school even when there were positive cases. A few weeks ago, and as President Meyer said, this is with the benefit of Director Basudeb's insights and information and professional contacts. Dr. Stevens and his staff had the foresight to get rapid tests out to every student, a really monumental logistical challenge, but the wisdom of which is I think obvious. As we look around the country, the state, the county, the country, we know how important it is to have access to those tests. Now we have another challenge, a big challenge to keep our schools open. And I think we're going to hear more later from you, Dr. Stevens, that this is an all hands on deck moment. We all hope that this is going to be a temporary spike, and with high vaccination rates and boosters, a spike with low rates of hospitalizations. But staffing our schools to keep them open, which we're committed to doing, is really going to be a challenge. And I'm looking forward to hearing later tonight Dr. Stevens' plans for this, including what he asks from all of us, board members, district staff, teachers, classified staff, families, students, in the coming weeks, because we're going to need to weather this together in order to keep everyone safe and keep our students in school. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Alper. I'd like to call on Director Vasudev next, if you're ready.
Thank you, President Brown. Again, I just want to thank everyone, like my fellow director said, for coming to tonight's meeting. Wish everybody a happy new year, first meeting of the new year. And just thank everyone who came to give public comment about the Puente program. I'm looking forward to that discussion and the thoughtful comments about, all our public health concerns right now, which is top of mind for me for sure, and for the rest of my colleagues, and for our superintendent as well. For the person who gave public comment about the situation with the preschools, I just want you to know that a lot of us share that same frustration. And so thank you for calling it out. And, unfortunately, the state's testing programs were designed for kindergarten to 12th grade and excluded the preschool population, right? And it's a big problem in the design. And I just want the person that gave comment to know that we know that, and there's a group of us, that are advocating very strongly for more preschool testing, that this is something that we know that we need to continue to advocate for. And, the reasons are very complicated why preschools were left out of that, but I want you to know that that's something that we know and that we're advocating for. So thank you for pointing that out. And we hope that together with the public health community, we can make sure that state leaders make this change. The new year is a time to reflect on the previous year. And I think a lot of my fellow colleagues share the sentiment, but even though 2021 was a difficult year, we're all really proud of the mitigation efforts that we've put in to make sure that our schools are as safe as possible. And so, as I think President Meyer alluded to, many districts in the state are just right now trying to figure out testing for many different reasons. Weren't able to get testing off the ground. They didn't have vendors available to them, or their communities, there's some communities in the state that are opposed to testing. And so I'm really proud of where we live and of our Berkeley community for being on the other side of that, right? I'm proud of the work of our staff in our district to partner with the California Department of Public Health and launch a robust COVID-19 screening program this fall. I'm proud of the work of this board to pass a student vaccination and testing policy that has led to an increase in vaccination rates for our students. Given the rise in COVID-19 due to the highly contagious Omicron variant, I'm very proud of the district for being one of the districts with the highest testing rates in our state's rapid antigen testing program. That's huge news, right? We're one of the top 3 districts testing students right now. And so I just want the public to know that that's something I'm incredibly proud of our district for. I'm also very grateful to the staff who ensured that our families had at-home tests before the holidays. And so just for the public to know, the way that these at-home tests were distributed, at the beginning of December, there was a call out to districts to distribute the first 2 million at-home tests. And we were one of the first districts to sign up. And so I'm proud of our staff for moving quickly on this and for making sure, it was a mad rush that as soon as those tests came in, that they were distributed to our students right before the holidays. And the other 4 million tests being distributed to public schools came after the governor's December 22nd announcement. And so I'm really proud of us for being at the forefront of that. And I know the staff put a tremendous amount of work. You partnered with other districts like Oakland Unified to get the videos out to our community. Because this is a new test, it's different from the Binax test. There was a lot of effort over the break by public health officials, by the California Department of Public Health. People were working nonstop to make sure that school districts had the information that they needed to be able to show their communities how to do it. And it's part of a larger scale effort to make sure that we get more home tests in the community. And I really think that, in the future, that's what's going to happen, that maybe after breaks, I hope that, our state officials are going to make sure that schools and public schools in particular have more at-home tests for their students. But I think I'm really proud of the way that we did it in Berkeley, the fact that those videos were out there. And I don't know, I saw on social media, families posting their videos, people posting their results. And I know that there's a lot of behind the scenes work that went into making sure that that happened. So thank you to the staff. Thank you to Trish McDermott. I hope she's watching this, to Winberta, because I know that was a huge endeavor. So very grateful. And to Superintendent Stevens for your leadership and making sure that our community knew how to use the eye health test. I also want to thank our parents, right? Because I think that the reason why we have a high consent rate and a very successful testing program is because our community values this, because the parents signed on really quickly. Our PTAs activated a lot of their own networks to be able to push out consents at the beginning of the year. So we are where we are, and we are further ahead than other districts because of the work of our community. So I want to make sure that as I thank the staff and as I thank my fellow colleagues, that I also acknowledge that our parents and our community, you play a large role in keeping our schools safe. So thank you for that, and thank you for making sure that we have a high consent rate. But we still have a lot of work to do. I think, we still have a lot of work at the state level to do to make sure that we're supporting all our students, including our preschoolers. So that's something that, wearing my elected hat, I'll make sure that I'm continuing to advocate for. I also wanted to let people know that I'll be holding virtual office hours on January 22nd. So more information will be available within the next couple of days on the board's website, but I'll be holding, due to the Omicron variant, my office hours in a virtual setting versus an in-person setting. And I'm really looking forward to tonight's discussion, to the presentation on our math program. And thank you everyone for coming tonight.
Thank you, Director Vasudev. Next, we will go to Student Board Director, Ms. Mascareño Islam.
Thank you. I would also just like to start off by thanking all of the staff who have been working really hard in the past couple days after our return to school to make school function. I've seen firsthand how much work is getting put in right now, like all the substitutes, all the staff, all the janitorial staff who are working really hard right now just to make our schools function in this really challenging time. Yeah, and I just like to thank them. And I'd also like to thank my other directors on the school board for their work to make sure that, you know, we're having tests available to students, we're getting information on vaccinations out to students. I agree that I think it's remarkable how well Berkeley is handling this and trying to stay kind of ahead of the curve. And yeah, I'd also just, you know, well, yeah. And so, yeah, I'd like to thank all the district staff as well who are working overtime, and that all the district staff who've been coming into Berkeley High and working in the halls and stuff to keep kids in classes and keep kids safe. Yeah, I'm excited to learn more about the mathematics at Berkeley or in BUSD, and also to vote on the resolutions for fully vaccination, or for what fully vaccinated status means for teachers, teaching staff, and for students. And just continue working to keep ahead of this pandemic and do the best we can to protect our students and staff in schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Student Board Director Mascareño Swan. Although I love all of the comments of all of the directors on the dais, I always appreciate hearing your perspective, your unique perspective as a student. So thank you for always sharing that with us. Director Sinai, would you like to go next?
Sure, thank you. I'd like to start off by thanking everybody who offered public comment tonight, and extend my condolences to all of the speakers, as well as all of the community members who've lost family members and friends during this pandemic. And we continue to see and experience that, and it clearly is not ending. I also want to say that I am very appreciative of all the work that our district has done to encourage vaccinations, and now the additional boosters, because of our high vaccination rates across the country, as well as particularly in the Bay Area. The reason, you know, there's a perception that Omicron is going to have more milder impact is because we are fully vaccinated and we're well protected in this community. So I continue to support that and appreciate all of the work that the district has done in partnership with the city of Berkeley to make vaccinations available to both our teacher, staff, and students. And really want to extend appreciation also to the city of Berkeley and our partners for expanding access to testing. In this last week, with all-day testing happening at the Berkeley Adult School, you know, that is the way that we are better prepared for the tsunami that we're feeling. It doesn't make us immune to the tsunami, but at least, you know, we're like half a second ahead of the game in knowing how many people are going to be out and how many people are testing positive, and how much modification, you know, we need to do and to help with our planning. So again, I'd like to extend sincere appreciation to Dr. Stevens and all of the district administrators. And I really want to shout out support to all of the families that have been doing the at-home tests, who've been struggling with the large increase in positive you know, tests, and making sure that their families are staying safe. And everybody at every level is making really hard decisions right now. And the more we can be supportive of each other and supportive of the individual, family, and staff decisions that we have to make, and patient with how we adapt to those decisions, the better off we are as a community. And I think Berkeley is really rocking, you know, the communication and the collaboration and the problem solving. It's not to say that there aren't bumps in the road, but we're working really hard to do our best for our students, our families, and our teachers and our staff. And so I really want to, you know, just say my heart is with everybody in this really trying moment. And we're also dealing with family members who are, you know, in their own crisis, with their own employment and their own, you know, workplace and communities, and everybody's feeling it together. So thank you. I'm really looking forward to the math presentation. I'm always looking forward to the math presentation and seeing what strategies we're using to, really try to reach our kids, and to really see it as what we as adults can do to better support our students. I've always been very concerned when, the kind of discourse is our kids aren't getting it, because I really want to see how we're making sure that we're delivering curriculum in a way that our kids are really thriving in it. And with the list of teachers who are on my little checkerboard here, I know that commitment is really strong, and I'm excited to hear from you. And lastly, I too have my office hours are scheduled on Friday, Sunday, at 1:30 to 3. I am going to move those to virtual in order to protect all of us from this rapidly growing variant. And I will forward to Jessica my Zoom link. So go onto the website and you'll see the Zoom link, and then I will be available to hear your concerns, comments, questions on Sunday. If you want to check in, you are also more than welcome to email me any information or questions or comments that you have as well. So thank you. And President Brown, I will punt it back to you.
Thank you, Director Sinai. Vice President Babbitt, would you like to go next?
Yes, I would. I'd just like to echo my sense of gratitude to the community and to the staff, as you all have heard from my other board colleagues, in all of those situations. In the interest of time, I will just make a couple brief announcements. I want to acknowledge that your voice matters. Save the date. For our BUSD staff, families, parents, caregivers, and community members, the African American Success Framework has officially launched, and we are having 3 community engagement meetings, and we need to hear from you. Your input will help inform the creation of our strategic action steps, determine the best services needed to support our scholars, and ensure that our community partnerships are relevant and rigorous. So please calendar to attend one of these virtual meetings, January 13th from 6 to 7:30. There's a Zoom link. January 26th, there's an in-person working session, which they are going to transfer over to Zoom as well. And that's a Wednesday from 5 to 7. And then on January 29th, there will be student and family focus groups also. So please join in on one of those occasions, because your voice matters. Also want to let everyone know, all of our educators who are on the call today, please consider joining the area's 13th Annual Professional Development Summit. If you need some inspiration before the Oratorical Fest, whose theme is Speak and Inspire, this conference is so inspirational, motivational, and will give you the boost that you need as you launch into this new year, facing all of the headwinds that we are all facing together. It is Saturday, February 5th. The district has 30 slots available. It's 9 to 3. It is virtual. Please sign up. I'm not quite sure who the representative for BUSD is taking those. I know that Kamara Gwynn, who's the African American Success Manager, has the information. And of course, you can email me directly. My name is a little hard to get, but you can email me. I'll make sure that we forward that to you. Laura Babbitt at berkeley.com. 1B, 2Ds. No, at berkeley.net. 1B and 2 Ts. But please make yourself available to come. You will be inspired. The theme is, and still we rise, using what we've learned to navigate now and to prepare for what comes next. And I'm looking forward to our discussions this evening and to supporting the Puente program and our resolutions or policy updates. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Vice President Babbitt. 1B, 2 Ts, we will remember that forever. Next, we will be able to hear comments from our superintendent, Dr. Brent Stevens. Are you ready, Dr. Stevens?
I am. Thank you so
Beautiful.
much. I'd like to call out a couple people just before I share a little bit of information about the current state of COVID-19 transmission and all of our various efforts to mitigate against it. A few folks have already gotten a couple call outs, but I'm particularly interested in calling out 3 of our staff members who have really emerged over many months of nearly nonstop labor as real linchpins for the district and its operation to protect the safety of staff and students. So already called out has been our senior communications officer, Trish McDermott, who is working both well beyond the hours that she signed up for and well beyond the scope to be able to sort of master all things public health, but really to serve as the glue between multiple teams. So Trish, please know on behalf of your colleagues how much you're appreciated. You're really making such a difference for us. It's also been just, I think, remarkable stroke of luck that we have had the service of Amanda Frey, one of our district nurses. She joined us relatively unknown a year and a half ago, just as we were learning what it meant to contact trace. And she has both developed and now led this contact tracing team for a very long time. She's really the person behind the scenes responsible for how well organized we are as we try to reach out to families and help them know exactly what's going on with our campuses and keep students safe. Amanda is leaving us very shortly. We're all very sad to see that happening. And so if she happens to hear these remarks or if somebody passes them along to her, please know how much we've appreciated the service of Amanda Frey, our district nurse. And then finally, we also had a really good stroke of fortune to bring Wynn Berta onto our team. Wynn has been our testing coordinator now for about a year, and she's the individual who coordinates the roughly 20 people that we have in our employment now to conduct a variety of testing strategies here in the district. So to those 3 people, hats off. Every one of you has made such a difference in this community, and I'm really happy to be able to acknowledge your efforts here tonight. I'm going to share my screen. This is a little bit unusual for me to sort of make my own remarks with slides, but there's so much going on that I feel like it's sort of fair in the spirit of transparency to share with the community exactly what's happening on our school campuses. I'll try to move through this information quickly. For members of the viewing public, please know that we're going to get these slides up on our website. We'll also distribute them to all of our families tomorrow by email and are happy to be able to share this level of data about exactly what's happening in our school district right up to today. Here in Berkeley, we've had a variety of ways to understand the rate of transmission of COVID-19 in our community and in our campuses. We've had 4 key strategies in operation over the winter break, and in fact, sort of extending back in time beyond that. We were very fortunate to be able to send home iHealth at-home tests. We've had all-day testing at Berkeley Adult School. Routine surveillance testing has been taking place, and as well, we have a website, or sorry, an email, covidcase@berkeley.net, all of which sort of serve as nets to be able to collect information about COVID transmission in the community and in our schools. We're going to drill down on each one of these, take a look at the data from the first 3 days of school to give members of our community a sense of where we are. Let me find it. So we sent these little iHealth COVID-19 tests home just prior to winter break. We had about 12,000 of these that we secured through the California Department of Public Health. Our secret weapon in being able to act quickly was, without a doubt, Director Anna Vasudev, who, with her connections to many state officials, was able to sort of cue us in very early on this opportunity. We jumped on it, and I think that was really the reason that Berkeley was so successful in being able to implement this test, was that we had an early lead, and that came directly to us from Director Vasudev. We had about 7,500 unique tests, test results returned by our families. This is really a remarkable number. This is about 75% of our families participated and uploaded their results. That is really incredible. Of that 7,500, about 225 reported positive test results. That's a positivity rate of about 3% among these unique tests. A bit lower than we've seen reported in Alameda County. Nonetheless, the true metric of success of this program is that there were 225 individuals, both student and staff, who did not come to school on Monday because they knew in advance that they were positive and were able to go through that isolation protocol. Another important net that we've deployed, especially in light of the Omicron variant, has been all-day testing at Berkeley Adult School. Here are the numbers from that testing program over at the adult school. You can see them listed out by day. We've had over 100 people showing up each day. Each day we've been netting a number of positive cases, 27, 20, and 19 respectively. And again, with each one of these positive tests, it's a family who knows what's going on with their child. It's an opportunity for us to prevent transmission in our schools. So this has been an important part of our strategy, and so much so, in fact, that we've decided to extend all-day testing at Berkeley Adult School, not only through this week, but we'll continue it into a next week and may continue it through this surge, given that it's proving to be very valuable for families and staff. We've now completed 3 days of our routine surveillance testing. This is a program that we've had going now for a semester. In the first 3 days of our testing program, we've administered on campus more than 2,000 tests, and we've had 34 tests return positive. This is much higher than we're accustomed to. It's been relatively rare occurrence in the past that we've been finding positive tests through our surveillance testing program. And then finally, we use this email address, covidcase@berkeley.net, where families can report test results that they may be aware of through any other mechanism. On Monday, we had 6 cases reported to us through this. On Tuesday, the 4th, 11 cases. So this is also much higher than we are accustomed to. We're currently investigating cases in the double digits across multiple school campuses. We do want to remind our families that we routinely post information about cases on our campuses on our COVID case dashboard. This is available on our website. Just Google BUSD COVID case dashboard. You'll get right there. And we're committed to continuing to be very transparent with the public about cases that are taking place on our campuses. We are modifying the way we'll be notifying families because we're starting to see multiple cases on campuses per day. Rather than notifying families about each case, we're planning to aggregate the cases by campus and send out notices in that way. And then I'd like to just make a quick note about pre-K, pre-kindergarten testing. One of our teachers, Deborah Thiess, spoke a little bit earlier about that during public comment. We are planning actively now to send home testing kits to all of our pre-K campuses. We do know that there's a snag in the state testing system that simply prohibits us from testing kids who are younger than 4. We've not been able to resolve that, but we will be distributing at-home test kits. That will be happening very shortly from our own current supply. And then we've reordered more home test kits, about 2,000 of them, so that we can begin to resupply both our pre-Ks as well as other campuses with the at-home tests. Just a quick snapshot at our absence rate. We are running much higher absence rates than we're accustomed to. You can see in the first 2 days what our absentee rate was among students. And then you've got there as a point of comparison the average absence rate for the first 2 weeks in December. Probably the headline in all of this from the perspective of folks working in schools is that we have reached a point of sort of critical shortage of staff in our schools. We're now starting to hear stories from districts both in our area and around the country about the impact of staffing shortages on our ability to keep schools open. We're not immune from these shortages. Here you've got data pulled from yesterday about the number of certificated staff. This is teaching staff who reported in absent for a variety of reasons, not all of which relate to COVID, some seasonal illness, others than other reasons. But the headline here is that we've got large numbers of absent teachers. We do not have substitute teachers right now to be able to meet that need. And that across our campuses, we have multiple unfilled classrooms that are creating very difficult situations in our schools. And our teachers, I think, have been putting in heroic efforts to step up and do everything they can, including offering their own prep time. But that is not a long-term strategy to ask everybody to sort of perform at a hero's pace through this surge. So we do know that we've got additional steps that we must take together, and that all of our resources, including district office resources, must be put into play at this moment so that we can stay committed and focused as a community on the goal of keeping schools open. We're also heavily impacted by classified absences. This is a very real phenomenon also taking places, and these classified absences are among roles like secretaries, instructional assistants, custodians, after-school teachers, safety officers, and many, many others. And our school staff are all feeling the impact of those absences as well. These are also critical members of our teams. We have been actively planning to address the staffing shortage, and I'd like to walk you through a few of these strategies right now. So earlier in the week, we increased our rate of pay for substitute teachers for the month of January to $300 per day and have advertised that new rate. This puts us well above our highest paying competitor, that's Oakland, who is offering about $275 per day. And we hope that this will incent more of our substitutes to step in and help during this crisis moment. We're in active conversations with our teachers union about redeploying certificated district staff, that's both teachers on special assignment and administrators, out to our schools on a full-time basis to be able to address the critical staffing shortages on our schools. This is, I think, probably a critical step in supporting our schools to stay open. We must put everybody out in the field, get everybody in our schools for the purpose of maintaining our classrooms open for our families and students. On our school campuses, families are going to start to see principals employ a variety of strategies to be able to meet staffing shortages. It may be the case that families will start to see canceled music and PE and science classes as those teachers step in to fill in for their colleagues who are absent. We may as well start to see canceled intervention classes or coaching for teachers. And we could as well start to see combined classes in slightly larger spaces like the gym, the library, as there's simply not enough certificated staff. Secondary school teachers, as I mentioned, have been giving up their prep period for pay. This is a very demanding practice for a teacher to give up a much needed prep period. So we've been very appreciative of this work, but we recognize that we've got to put more of our central office staff there. Two services that are legally required that we don't plan to give up include special education and English language development. We'll continue to keep all of our special ed and ELD teachers focused on those legally required services. Last, we continue to really push out vaccination opportunities both for staff and students. Here's two more of the roughly dozen opportunities that we've made available, both to staff and students, to be vaccinated or to get their booster shot. City of Berkeley has really been the difference maker for all of us in this one. And then finally, to our families, there are some things that we ask everybody to do. Please, please stay home if you're seeing your child has any COVID-19 symptom. This is a moment to take this very seriously. And as much as we want to get our kids to school, if your child appears to be sick, please keep them home. Please do use all of our USD testing resources. We still have lots of capacity. Please sign up if you haven't. And particularly if you're concerned about a close contact or symptoms, I've run through a number of ways that you can seek testing through the district. We are going to continue to mask indoors and outdoors. We're waiting for the state to update their mask guidance, but there likely will be modified mask guidance very shortly. And then most importantly, please consider getting vaccinated and boosted. This is still the single most important thing that you can do for your family to protect their health and safety. So with that, I'm going to stop. I appreciate the opportunity to offer these extended comments. I know this is a bit rare for me to go on in this way, but given the circumstances, it felt very important to sort of paint the picture, both of our successes, but be very transparent with our community about the actual numbers of transmission on our campuses. I do want to highlight one thing, and this is, I think, a very specific ask for board members, for staff members, and for our community. As we start to move our central office administrators and teachers on special assignment out to our schools, It will mean that district level programming will be impacted. We simply will not have staff to be able to perform nighttime engagement activities, to have the kinds of meetings that we're accustomed to, and to drive forward our district planning. This is only a pause. This does not mean that we're canceling or backing away from our plans, but right now is the all hands on deck moment. This is the time for all of us to be singularly focused on this important goal of keeping our schools open. And I know we can do this, but we've got to do it together, and we've got to accept that some things can sit at the side for a little while we stay focused on our children, because they're worth it. So thank you very much, President Brown, for letting me go on a little bit. I know that this is a bit exceptional, and I really appreciate the opportunity to offer this update.
And thank you, Superintendent Stevens, for your thoughtfulness in sharing that part of the update during this moment in our agenda, rather than before the vote that we'll have later on, to give the opportunity for those who are watching and those who are with us to hear that updated information. So thank you so much, Superintendent Stevens. And hopefully, as we continue to move forward with the coronavirus pandemic, and all of the variants associated with it, we will hopefully be able to receive more updates like we did in response to the pandemic before. Next, we will have the opportunity to approve the consent calendar. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I'll move.
Moved by Director Alper, seconded by Director Sinai. Are you ready for the question? Does there need to be any discussion? Hearing none, Ms. Barrios, can you please call the roll?
Director Mascareñas-Swan,
Yes.
Director Vasudev,
Yes.
Director Sinai,
Yes.
Director Alper,
Yes.
Vice President Babbitt,
Yes.
and President Brown.
Yes. Thank you so much, Ms. Barrios. The motion passes. We will now move to the point in our agenda, which was originally agendized for discussion item 13.1, but will be moved up to the agenda after the vote earlier this evening. But we are going to have a wonderful presentation, a board workshop on mathematics in BUSD. And as I stated earlier, we have an expert of panelists here this evening to present to us. And so I'm going to ask Superintendent Stevens if he could briefly introduce Associate Superintendent Ruben Aurelio, who will most likely present our district and school site staff.
President Brown, did we lose the superintendent?
I think we lost the superintendent. So
all right.
Ruben, do you mind
I'll
just
jump
going
in.
ahead? Okay.
I will jump in. I can't see there's just too many people on the screen, and I have the presentation open, but good evening, everyone. Ruben Aurelio, Associate Superintendent. Very excited to be here with you all. Happy New Year to everyone. I have been hit with the bug. I've been home sick and working the last couple of days. So I'm glad we're still doing everything virtually. But I'm really proud of the number of staff members who have sort of stepped up to be part of this presentation. And really, we'll call it a workshop because it's going to be a little bit different than we typically do for these presentations. We are going to take some pauses because we really want the board to engage with us and ask questions. So you'll notice in this slide deck, as we go through it, there'll be some breaks where we'll be turning it over to you all to ask questions, to sort of dig a little deeper with us as we work through this. Today, we're going to be presenting, I view this as a part one, a review of the mathematics program in Berkeley Unified School District, and really the beginning of looking at our math data. We know that with the pandemic, the last 18, 20 months, the data hasn't been the best to look at. So what we're going to be looking at this evening is fall data. So this is, since we've been back fully in person in school, the assessment data, grades data, a variety of different data slides. We're not going to be presenting all the data slides to you this evening. They are attached as an appendix to the slide deck, so everyone can download them and look at them at their own leisure. We will just be highlighting a few of those because it would take us a long time to really get through all this data. But we're very excited. I'm going to kick us off And as we go, we will introduce everyone who will be presenting. You see that there are a number of us here representing all three levels of schooling and district personnel as well. So this is basically the structure of our work this evening. We're just going to briefly touch on where math fits within our LCAP. We will do a review of what is our math programming in Berkeley Unified, which is actually great for me because I'm coming from the outside. I've learned a lot in this process. And then we'll talk specifically around K-8. And we have Director Deborah Thiess here. We have our coordinator, Adelita Martinez, and we have some representatives from the sites as well. And they're going to talk specifically around K-8 mathematics. We will then make our first pause for questions. Then I will be introducing our director of BREA, who will lead us through some data. We will then have another segment to pause, and then we will move into work around the high school and the high school team, and then we'll have another section to pause and ask questions as well. So just a reminder, we do have 2 LCAP goals that are specifically tied to instruction. LCAP goal 1 is really about the high quality first instruction. And then LCAP goal 2 is really dealing with the interventions. Below, I've listed the specific action items. These are the dollars and programming that we've tied directly to mathematics that is listed in our LCAP. And you can see we provide funding for a variety of things, everything from support classes, coaching of teachers, curriculum, and training as well. So I'm going to turn it over. I'm going to introduce Deborah Thiess, our director of K-8 schools, and she's going to introduce the rest of the team she brought with her and go over the K-8 portion.
Thank you so much, and I'm glad to be here tonight. So I'm Debbie Dean. I'm the director of TK schools, TK to 8 schools here in Berkeley, having moved from a principalship at Willard Middle School, and they're having their information night tonight. So I'm feeling a little nostalgic towards Willard. But I want to welcome the people that we have here tonight that are presenting with me. And that would be my professional development coordinator, our professional development coordinator, Adelita Martinez. Adelita's been with us for the last 2 years. We didn't meet in person until late this summer because of COVID last year, but she's tireless in her work and her commitment to the students here in Berkeley. Adelita works alongside 2 of our teachers on special assignment for math, Tracy Eaglehart, who focuses on elementary school, and Rosalie, whose focuses on middle school. I also want to welcome Laura Kretschmar. She's our 6th grade teacher at King. She comes to us from Oakland, and she's been with us for the last couple of years, and we're very grateful and honored to have her tonight and her expertise. As we begin this presentation, I want to just take us back to 2011. Some people were much, much younger. If you were 30 tonight, that would make you how old in 2011? Not even 21. About in 2011, there was a major shift in education as far as a shift towards teaching the Common Core state standards. And with that shift came many different curriculums that had to be piloted. And Berkeley Unified adopted the Eureka Math, which goes from kindergarten till 8th grade. And K to 5, it's a story of units. And 6 to 8, it's a story of ratio. So that means that there's vertical alignment for us between the elementary and the middle schools. And that has proven to be very helpful in continuing on with the education when students come to 6th grade. I feel a little bit like the proud parent tonight, so I want to move this presentation to the people that are closest to the students. And so I will turn it over to you, Adelita Martinez.
Thank you so much, Debbie, for such a wonderful introduction. And good evening. Next slide, please.
Oh, sorry about that.
And we're gonna, no, that's okay. I'm gonna invite our TSA, our middle school TSA, Rosalie, and our amazing teacher from King, Laura Kretschmar, to speak to this slide. Thank you so much for being here.
Hello, good evening, everyone, and school board members. My name is Rosalie. I've been a district middle school math coach for exactly 1 year. Before I taught math and computers at Willard Middle School. And before that, I taught high school math at Impact Academy in Hayward. In a minute, I'll be introducing Laura Kretschmar, one of our rockstar teachers at King Middle School.
We will be speaking about a supplemental curriculum called Desmos, which was approved during the distance learning year for middle school. So what's really exciting about the supplement is that it's not only digitally based curriculum that lended itself to distance learning, but it's also a curriculum fully aligned to the Common Core. And as a result, it's a result of a deep collaboration with the writers of Smarter Balance, Illustrative Mathematics, and Open Up. With that, I will hand it off to Laura Kretschmar.
There we go. Sorry about that. Thanks, Rosa. Good evening, everyone. I'm Laura Kretschmar, and I've been teaching at King Middle School for the last 3 years. And for the previous 20 years, I was in Oakland. I'm also just one voice representing the most amazing middle school team of math teachers. But I think my experience is pretty similar, given that we are so intensely collaborative at the 6-8 middle school across the 3 schools. First, I'll share a little bit about what I know about the middle school's history with Desmos. Before the pandemic, just so you know, teachers were using some of the free Desmos interactive online tools, especially their graphing tools, mostly in 7th and 8th grade. And in addition, because Desmos is an open source design, teachers all over the country post interactive lessons that many of us have sampled and used from time to time. Last year, some of the 7th and 8th grade teachers in the district were able to pilot the new 7th and 8th grade Desmos middle school curriculum that they've been working on for the last couple of years. That was intentionally designed to be aligned with the Common Core, smarter balanced assessments, and it was heavily influenced by the curriculum that was written sort of in the last couple of years from Illustrative Mathematics and Open Up resources. It was also designed to facilitate inquiry, access to the mathematics for all through all of its interactive visual supports and aids and relevant problems to current issues. And I'll speak to one of those in a minute. And also its ability to provide immediate feedback for students. It was such a perfect timing that we were planning to do this pilot for the 7th and 8th grade teachers as we suddenly moved to distance learning. And I think all the 6th grade teachers were so envious because we were creating all these Google slide decks and Pear decks, and our 7th and 8th grade colleagues had these amazing Desmos tools. About 70% of the Desmos curriculum is online, and I want to be clear that it's not this like computer-based curriculum. It's actually designed to be used in the classroom, but because of some of its nature with using computers, it was easy to transfer to distance learning. So about 70% is like using a computer for some interactive problems, but the other 30% of it is really kind of paper pencil. Anyhow, so it was a great opportunity last year for the 7th and 8th grade teachers. The 6th grade curriculum was released this fall, but we were able to pilot one unit last spring, and it was a game changer and a boost for us toward the end of the year when we were all just so fatigued with distance learning, especially the students. It was a unit on rational numbers, and it was just really engaging and interactive. So knowing that this year was going to be another challenging year, and because of our success with our 7th and 8th grade colleagues and the 6th grade just dabbling with the unit, we knew that we were going to have a lot of students in and out of school because of the pandemic, and that has proven true for me in my classroom. And so we proposed to continue to have access to the Desmos curriculum to supplement our current curriculum. And maybe even more importantly, because we saw how engaging and visual and dynamic it was and supportive for concept development and its ability to share and use student work in real time with the students, we asked for an opportunity to be able to supplement this year. What's really amazing about the curriculum is it allows teachers to see what students are doing in real time, and it captures student thinking and work in real time. And so we can pause the slide decks and all of the students are looking at different classmates' work that the teacher has selected. And so and students can respond to each other. And so it's really great. Now that we're in person, just to give you a little sense of how I, as a sixth grade teacher at King, use it, I use it about 2 to 3 times a week, sometimes once a week. 2 students share a computer and they have whiteboards next to them and paper and pencil, and they work on problems while I do a combination of moving around the room and I look at my computer dashboard, stopping a lesson intentionally at intentional moments to have discussion and share student work and discuss the mathematical ideas of the lesson. And what's also really fun today, this was an example, I had some students at home. So while we were doing a Desmos today, I was checking in on the students at home and seeing where they were on the slides as well. So just to give you, so it's perfect for right now. But just to give you a picture of a sound in the classroom too, when I announce that I'm about to pause a Desmos screen for a discussion, it's so awesome that students freak out and they say, no, let me just finish this one problem. I'm just in the middle of this sentence. So it's a great problem that we all have. Ask any teacher who's using this. They hate it when we pause. But anyhow, the Desmos lessons involve opportunities for students to explain their thinking. I also wanted to mention that. Just as an example, one of the speaking to the realistic nature of some of the problems, just before the break, students were applying ratio reasoning to looking at the ratio of market versus affordable housing. And it was so fascinating because when students were asked to predict what they think communities should do or communities do, of course, they thought it was like 50-50. And then when we showed them what really the ratio was, they were really shocked. So just as an example of some of the problems have been really engaging and relevant, especially just during this time with students having access to so much news and media already. I also use the Desmos practice slides, and so do my colleagues, as they give students real-time feedback about the accuracy of their solutions, so they can go home and work on the Desmos practice slides or in the classroom, and they'll immediately get feedback from Desmos, which can be helpful. But last but not least, I just want to sort of close out to share just an image or a metaphor of what this Desmos supplement or support has made me feel like as a teacher, and that is an octopus. I have this ability from wherever I am in the room, and I carry my laptop around with me, to glance at my teacher dashboard while I'm helping a student, and then I can quickly look at my dashboard and I can reach out with my tentacles and give feedback immediately to about 8 or more students, and it's just awesome. But of course, not as awesome as it is hearing the students beg me to not pause the slide deck so they can finish a problem. So I just wanted to give you a little snapshot of how we're using Desmos during this time. And I'm not sure who I'm turning it over to next.
Oh, you can turn it back over to me. Thank you so much, Ms. Westmar. We appreciate it. And as we know, sadly and unfortunately, sometimes we deliver a little bit from.
Hi, everybody. My name's Tracy. I'm the elementary math teacher leader for the district. This is my 5th year in this position. Before that, I taught at Rose Parks. I've been teaching a story of units ever since we've adopted it, so I'm pretty familiar with the curriculum. Yesterday and the day before, I was a 3rd grade teacher because I was jumping into sub, like Dr. Stevens was mentioning earlier. So I want to give you an idea of what intervention looks like 1st through 5th. The structure that we have is every elementary site has an RTI lead that is responsible for both ELD and math. And then depending on the site, you're gonna see perhaps some different resources for math. You might see an additional math interventionist. You might see that lead RTI person delivering the intervention. And then they're all sort of tailored to the needs of the schools. So you may not be seeing the exact same thing from site to site, but within our intervention, you'll see a range of students getting intervention delivered in small groups, maybe getting supported within the classroom, maybe pulled out of the classroom, and then all the way through co-teaching with the classroom teacher where they're collaborating together, and the interventionist is going in and supporting not just the tier 2 and 3, but also the tier 1 and co-teaching with the teacher. There's a variety of curriculums or services that are used, programs that are used, ST Math, Math Excel, and then things that are pulled from Eureka or a story of units, our main curriculum. And then there's also a variety of approaches that are being used where there's fluency routines. I call them number sense building routines that are really laying down that foundation nice and strong for students, and math re-engagement lessons to pre-teach or reteach a concept from the story of units lesson. And then, as I said, coaching teachers on effective instructional strategies. And one thing to note is that in my role over the years, I've seen how each year sites are beginning to add more and more intervention services. And so I know that we're just looking at data from this year, but if you went back in time and looked at some of the data from previous years, you can see that we've actually improved our SBAC scores and stuff. And I think that there's some connection there to how sites have been gradually starting to add more services, more intervention services in that regard. And then I'm handing it back to Debbie, or to Rosa, right? And Rosa's going to talk.
I think that we should continue on and think about interventions and think about it as the developmental stages of students change and we move into 6th through 8th grade. So Rosa, take it away.
Oh, great, thank you. Continuing into middle school, in the 6th and 8th grade, students can enroll in an additional math class. So this can look like a math support class, which is designed to provide students with extra practice and support so they can be successful in their main math class. And also a math intervention, which is designed to provide students opportunities to re-engage with concepts that were previously taught. Some of the curriculum and programs that we use are Math 180, ST Math, and IXL Math. And to continue on from elementary school, we also do math fluency routines, math re-engagement lessons to pre-teach and reteach lessons and concepts. And that's all I have for this slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosa.
And then as we continue on to think about math, we always think about how are we developing our skill set as teachers to deliver lessons at the highest levels that we can. And to that, we look to Adelita Martinez.
Thank you. So I get the honor to engage you in our efforts and our intentional work to continue to improve teaching and learning through professional development and building on our previous work while also going deeper and moving the work forward. Myself and our district TSAs get the opportunity to engage twice a month with math teacher leads. This year, we're really going deeper with the implementation of all of the strategies and the work that our teacher leads have learned. And we're focusing on lesson study in order to develop their mathematical practice and instruction, and also to develop their instructional leadership at the sites. Myself and our district TSAs also get to engage with our RTI lead teachers once a month. This year, we're focusing on inquiry work, specifically to examine and improve systems and practices that support students. We have ongoing coaching that is varied by site. This year, we're also collaborating through a pilot with our special ed and our RTI teachers. And we're focusing on implementing the learning from the Silicon Valley Math Initiative that they're attending. And then they engage in collaboration around student agency and discourse and how do we empower students through engagement and discourse. We get the honor of engaging district-wide professional development, and specifically this year in the area of mathematics, we've been working on really building understanding and deepening understanding around the standards for math practice, specifically through making meaning and changing the math identity or looking through the lens of math identity and how students identify themselves as mathematicians. Through abolitionist teaching and the pursuit of identity. And then we also get the honor to facilitate site-based professional development, which varies by site. Our 6th through 8th grade efforts, again, we meet with our middle school math leads twice a month. Our focus this year is really thinking about student discourse and effective instructional practices, and specifically how to collaborate intentionally and strategic through the lens of math content and engaging students. We meet with our RTI lead teachers again twice a month. Middle school RTI lead teachers, we're focusing on intervention and support systems. So taking a closer look at our intervention and how do we truly implement progress monitoring. I'm really excited to say that we are engaging in a math pilot. We have 5 teachers across all 3 sites, and it's a grading for equity pilot. And we're engaging in a book study, but also our teachers are implementing directly from the book study into their classrooms. And we've seen a profound impact on our students based on this pilot. And we're hoping to extend it next year across maybe more teachers in mathematics or across departments. Our district TSA obviously offers coaching that varies by site. We are engaging again, district-wide professional development, focusing on the pursuits actually of intellect and criticality at the middle school level. And then we get 5 times per year, we get to engage our middle school math teachers in collaboration. We've been focusing on the instructional core, specifically the complex tasks that we're putting in front of students, and then universal design for learning. So how are we scaffolding and ensuring that all students have access to the complex thinking that we're putting in front of them? And then continuing the work with Goldie Mohammed's 5 Pursuits in Abolitionist Teaching. Thank you.
So this is our first pause point. You just got a lot of content given to you all, 5 board members who are now experts on K-8 curriculum, intervention, and professional development. I want to open this an opportunity for you if there's questions for this group. I'm going to stop sharing my screen so we can see each other.
Thank you all so much for this excellent presentation. I'm going to ask my board members if they will allow me to go first. I just, as a math teacher, I just cannot explain to you how excited I am to hear all of the updates from Desmo, to how the district is responding to intervention, to our professional development plans, and the grading for equity pilot. Like, that is amazing, and it isn't being done in many districts. So I am, as my grandfather used to say, good and proud about what's happening in BUSD. So thank you so much to all of you for all your hard work. My questions were, one of my questions was around the targeted interventions for 6th through 8th grade. Ms. Lee, I think that was you who presented that slide.
Yes.
Okay, perfect, thank you. So Ms. Lee, when you were talking, you said that students had the opportunity to take an additional math class. And so I wanted to ask how these math classes were accessible for students. Is it based on teacher recommendations, GPA, assessment data? How do we decide who gets to take what math classes for intervention's sake?
Yeah, that's a great question. For placement, we look at the student STAR scores. That's one of our assessments. We also take teacher input and also the embedded curriculum assessments. So that's how we place our students.
Thank you so much for that response. I'm now going to turn it over to Vice President. Oh, Ms. Dean, did you have something you wanted to add?
I was going to say that we look at scores over the course of a few years, especially with our incoming 6th graders.
Okay, good to know. Thank you both. Vice President Babbitt, I'll turn it over to you for questions. And then Director Alper immediately following Director Babbitt, and Director Sinai after Director Alper. Vice President Babbitt?
Thank you so much, and thank you for putting on this workshop so that we could freely just ask questions and learn more about our math program. Thank you all for your dedicated and hard service, pre and post virtual learning as well. I had a question around grading for equity, and just hearing the comments around how we do things so differently at each site. Was wondering what our goals are to align best practices, first identify them and align them across sites, and just wanted more information around grading for equity and the possibility of how we make sure that all teachers can do things like the math retest, taking an exam and being able to do a retest or a retake. And lastly, around the growth mindset, so much around math is around positive self-esteem building. And a lot of things that I've heard from parents is when they're just in intervention after intervention, it really plays on their self-esteem. So I want to know how we address that as well. And then I'm sure my colleagues will ask my other questions.
All right, thank you.
I'm going to slack you guys. I'm going to chat you guys.
Should we get started with first the equity in grading question?
Yeah, and I'll leave that to Ms. Martinez.
Thank you.
Yeah, so again, this is a pilot that we're trying. I do want to say that Keene is actually intentionally and strategically engaging all of their teachers in thinking about grading for equity. And so Rosa and myself actually wrote a grant to engage our math teachers, and we do have representation across all 3 sites. And we meet, we're meeting, I think we've already met 3 times this school year. And just really reflecting, we read our chapter and then reflecting on the impact on our instructional practice. And then many of our teachers have actually gone even deeper and are implementing the practices that are identified as effective in grading for equity with students. And then we come back and we discuss the impact that it's had on students. Laura is actually a part of that. So I don't know, Laura, if you want to add to that in any way, or Rosa. But again, it's a pilot, it's a small group of us, but we're really trying to get messy with the work and then hopefully extend the opportunities next school year to involve and engage more teachers in the work. They're actually focusing on specific students and then looking at the growth in terms of, is the student, based on what I'm implementing, is this student or are these students turning in more assignments? Are they, like, how is it impacting the students directly? And so we reflect on that and look on that as a part of this pilot, but I'm not sure if I'm missing anything or if Rosa and Laura would like to add anything to that.
I'm going to just quickly add, or go ahead, Laura. Go ahead.
Wanted to share that this is really an exploratory year. It's really exciting. Teachers are really just trying different things and coming together and sharing, so there's just sharing, best practices. So just like Lita said, I hope there's a way in which we could distill some of the key things like the retakes and dropping the 0 and, feedback and figuring out a way to distill what are the key ones so that we could maybe try to roll that out district-wide next year.
And what's exciting is that this work is already being rolled out at specific site departments. So within the math department, teachers are sharing their ideas, like how is getting rid of the 0 working for you? Or, hey, this is how I do my retakes. How are you doing your retakes? So there's a lot of discussion and just trying things and seeing what's working and what's not working. So that's part of our sharing of best practice.
And if I could just add, I worked with Joe Feldman last year, district-wide in West Contra Costa, where we did some sessions of grading for equity, and it was fantastic work. But it's very smart of Berkeley to choose math as the department or subject matter to start this work with, because that is where it probably has the biggest impact. So kudos to Berkeley to pick up math as the place to start with that work.
I think that was motivated by Rosa. That's why she's got that big smile on her face.
Laura Kretschmar.
Okay, and then I think, Laura, you had a question about the support/intervention classes and then be in uniform across the 3 schools, the 3 middle schools. And I wanted just to take a minute to address that. One of the things that I think I'm going to really loop in the growth mindset, I think that when we approach our support classes, first of all, one thing that is uniform is that they are offered across the 3 sites, but there's a little different style to them, right? Longfellow has that 7-period day. So a student could have a math support class and continue to have an elective. In those, and then at King and Willard, those math support classes generally would be the elective class for a student to have. Now, for some people, I think when you hear that, that's a little bit hard to take. But in my experience, if you put teachers in those support classes to teach the support class that really do have the growth mindset, they instill confidence in the students. So what you see is you see pre-teaching oftentimes in those math classes. So then when they go to their regular 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade math class, they go and they bring a different confidence to it, as well as a competence. So it's an opportunity for reteaching and for previewing. It's also a skill building time. So while I have mixed feelings, I want our 3 middle schools to be uniform across the board, but I also know that we really have to work hard with our families to get buy-in when we're asking them to have their student in an extra math class. There's very good data to support the work that's being done, and over the years that builds up. But that's our approach to the math. And we really do, you really do see a confidence in the students who are in these classes. And it's very impressive work that's being done.
I just add something, Debbie, around the elementary piece also is we're intentionally working with Tracy and Kathy on working with our RTI teachers in collaboration with classroom teachers and push-in models and co-teaching models, and really trying to focus on Tier 1 instruction and what that looks like in terms of mathematics, and really building those pieces so that we can eliminate the pullout in all of those. And so we're really strategically and intentionally working on that. And that's part of the piece. In addition to that, that's part of the piece that we're working on intentionally and strategically with special ed and RTI teachers also, is that focus on Tier 1. So increasing the capacity of our teachers to be more effective in mathematics and deepen their learning and understanding, so that we are increasing the rigor and what students have access to during Tier 1 as well. And hopefully what we'll see is a decreasing in the middle school of the pullout or the intervention. So we're being very strategic with that work as well.
Thank you for sharing that. And if I could just add before Director Alper, in addition to intervention providing pre-teach and reteach for our students, as well as intentional intervention for Tier 1, I'm almost positive that the intervention also provides differentiation for students, which for a lot of our students, makes the difference for them. And so maybe on the next round, someone can talk a little bit about differentiation. But before then, let's go to Director Alper's question.
Thank you, President Brown. And Ms. Martinez, my question sort of follows, I think, right from what you were just talking about, Tier 1 instruction. And I've been lucky enough to see 3 master teachers who are here teach, Ms. Kretschmar, Ms. Eaglehart, and Khadijah Brown. I've been in all of your classrooms, and one thing that, and this, I'll just be a little blunt about this, but I'm 30 tonight and just feeling honest and candid. When we have these presentations, the teachers who are here are often the best teachers in the district, and the sort of master teachers. And I was thinking about this, Ms. Kretschmar, when you were talking about being the octopus in the classroom and managing the technology and seeing all the, addressing all the students' needs. And I've seen Khadijah do this in her classroom. And we know that there's a range in experience and skill among our teaching staff, and that their ability at the Tier 1 level is really sort of the key, I think, the foundation for everything. And so this goes to, I guess my question goes to the professional development that you talked about, Ms. Eaglehart, and that you just talked about, Ms. Martinez, as well. But I've always thought that and this is true even in the teaching I do, which is of adults, where we never model for each other enough and watch master teachers teach and learn from them. And maybe it can be done through the co-teaching and so I guess I'm curious to hear about that. But we always seem reluctant to identify these are the really successful teachers in this school, or even this school has really successful teachers. We've talked about, for years, Longfellow's math teachers have just been these stars in the district. Do we have a systematic way of, without having to call out people who themselves have a lot of room to grow as professionals? Do we have a way to look at who's doing this really well, and how do we learn from them?
I could actually jump into that, which is interesting. I heard a quote yesterday when I was at a school that struck me. Even the worst professional development, you could come with some takeaways. And I think that that's also true in our classrooms. So here's what I want to highlight. The first thing is, sometimes we have new math teachers. It's not that they're not good, but they're very unseasoned and they're new to the profession. They participate in what's called the teacher induction program. So they get very specific coaching for the first couple of years that they're teaching. That's very helpful. And in that coaching time, they also go look at other teachers teaching. I think that the work that gets done as far as sharing best practices, that does get done at district collaborations. I think it more gets done at each site during their Wednesday collaboration time. And I do think that that Director Alper, there's nothing better than partnering a newer teacher with a very seasoned teacher, and they do collaboration. Do we have that set up? It's not a seamless setup. A lot of times it's driven by the site, and it is an area that we could probably learn a lot. Like, I was at Longfellow recently, and I was in 3 different math classes. I would say I saw excellent instruction and very different delivery of the instruction. So it's this interesting thing where we're at, where we could be teaching the same standard in 3 classrooms in very different ways. And then really the proof is who is learning and how do we know they're learning. And then those are the strategies and the professional learning communities that some of our schools are doing. That also helps to build the capacity of our teachers that struggle a little bit.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Dean, for your response to that. And just to add, a couple of years ago during summer PD, some of our teachers created these professional development videos that were provided to the rest of the community. And so we've had the experience of having that. And so maybe I'm hearing that that's something that should continue. Director Sinai.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this presentation and for the amazing work you all are doing. I really appreciate it. And I appreciate the depth of information and know that it's just the icing on the cake of like what you guys are really baking. I think I really appreciate Vice President Babbitt's question around the grading for equity, because I was really curious on what success meant. Because you, Ms. Martinez, mentioned that there's been a great impact and great progress on the pilot. And I think I learned a little bit about what you mean by that, but I really, like, what evidence are you going to be looking at in this pilot to say what you want to take to scale or what you want to take to the next step? So that's kind of the first question. And I'll let you answer that. And then my bigger question is kind of a 30,000-foot question. So,
well, that one's kind of a 30,000 foot. Again, like I just want to really say it's a pilot and it's organic. And so we're kind of figuring it out as we go. But our teachers are focusing on certain students that aren't necessarily turning in work, that haven't been traditionally doing that, and then looking at the growth and the change and the impact that some of the practices that they're implementing have had on those specific students. And then we come back and we literally collaborate and share, well, this is what I've seen and this is what I've seen in terms of those specific students. And so it's kind of it's definitely messy and organic as we're trying to figure out, what does this really look like in the classroom? Like, what does it take to take something from a book study, implement it in the classroom, and then what are we really truly hoping happens for students? And I think we're figuring that piece out in this pilot, so that, like Laura said, we can be really intentional about what did we do, how do we know it helped those students, what did we see happened for those students? How do we know it happened? And then how do we then disseminate our learning to extend it to other groups, or maybe other broader than just the 5 teachers in the math, maybe the whole math department across the district. So I think the work right now is figuring exactly what you're asking, Director, figuring that out. And that's kind of what we're collaborating and trying to figure out is what is going to have the strongest impact based on what we're implementing, because not all teachers are changing their practices in the same way. They're taking from the book study pieces that they're connecting with and building on that, and then trying it and then modifying and saying, whoa, that didn't go how I thought it was. How did it go for you? What did you try? And then going back and organically trying something else. And so it's like this fluid process that's happening, and it's at the beginning stages of that work. I don't know if Rosa, if you wanna, you've been coaching those teachers as well, if you wanna add anything or if I missed anything.
I think that I don't want us to miss the strand that this is all to the end of having students at grade level, that they are achieving their grade level standards. So that's really the end game that we're looking for.
So and maybe we could get like a cheat sheet on what grading for equity, or, because I think part of it is it's the terminology, but there's research behind it that I think as a board member, I just don't know what it is. Because a lot of what we've also talked about with the disproportionality of success and outcomes, particularly in math, but also in English language arts, is what attitudes we're actually also as adults bringing into the classroom around expectations. And if that's a part of grading for equity, is also what are we coming in with our lens. And I just don't, because I don't know the research, maybe you guys could just send us some links so that it would be helpful to understand it better. So my 30,000 foot question, or maybe it's the 50,000, Ms. Martinez, is kind of stepping back a little bit. And because my colleagues, please let me walk out for just a second, but because we didn't go over the data. And we've gone over the data a lot with LCAP and with our work last year. We have a perpetual long-term issue of our African-American and our Latinx students not succeeding disproportionately in math. Is there an approach or an effort to actually reflect on whether the curriculum is the right curriculum, for our students? Does it have the integrity of reaching our kids? I hear the professional development presentation was really good, because I think that's where, how do you make sure our teachers are prepared for tier 1, instruction? But we layer so much, it kind of piggybacks on what I think Director Alper said, we layer so much intervention. At some point in time, is there a stepping back and saying, this isn't working for our kids? We need to either shift how we're delivering it, or we need to shift what we're delivering. Because since, as Ms. Eigelhart said, this has been going on since 2011, the data hasn't really changed. So I just am kind of, and this is not a reflection on the phenomenal work that you guys are really working to do. It's just kind of like, at what point in time do we shake it up a little bit more versus, I'm not going to try to do an analogy.
Intervention stacking.
Yeah. I think this is where we're at with it. People that have been in a lot of meetings with me know that I'm very blunt. I think that, yes, we can think about, wow, is this curriculum working? I would have to be very compelled before I went to that question with how much math is being taught on a daily basis in K-5. I'm not like saying that it's wrong or bad or anything like that, but I'm not sure that we've taken this and we've worked it and we've used it. 6 to 8, we know that the math is being taught we know it's 50 minutes a day. We know it's a certain number of minutes a week, depending on how they do their scheduling. I know that Ms. Kretschmar would be more than happy to pilot a new curriculum, and she would probably be a front runner in that work. She was told not to bring it up tonight. So thank you, Director Sinai, for doing it. The thing of it is that I think that we also have to keep in mind, if we want to make a leap and think about a different curriculum, then I think we really need to have a conversation about vertical alignment K-12. And that is, so like, if I ruled the world, if we just wanted to do an adoption in 6-8, yeah, they're ready to go, but that's not really going to serve our whole district or our whole K-8. So I think that I would respectfully say we have more work to do before we got there. And then I'm going to loop over to President Brown's question earlier about differentiation.
So can you wait for just a second?
No, I'm sorry.
That's okay, because I really appreciate your response. And I guess what I am not recommending that we change the curriculum. What I'm kind of asking is, what is that big picture analysis? What is the root cause? What are we drilling down to identify why systemically, year after year, we're not making the kinds of change that we need? And we can continue to layer interventions, and Tracy has heard me, talk about vertical alignment since I've known her, I think. But so I'm encouraged, eager about that. But I guess what I'd like to hear is, if what we need to do is, we haven't changed this, we haven't made the impact or even moved the needle the way we need to. We need to look at our K-5 instruction and how many minutes we're doing it in, and what kind of training do our teachers have across the system. So that's the kind of stuff I'm eager to hear.
Right.
And not just like we're going to layer this new program.
I don't think that's what we're saying. So with the principals, I meet with the principals every Wednesday, and part of our working group is going over instructional minutes, going over what are the instructional minutes for math. They are significantly less for English language arts, and that's what the state puts out for us. Now we're drilling down on, are those state minutes being met in every classroom every day? That's something that we're looking at. I think that while we can look at our data and say we're not moving the needle, and I don't disagree with that, but I also want to say that when we started doing math support classes at a school where I was the principal, we did see a significant improvement in any of our students that were in these math support classes, because we really strategically placed them. The kids that were close to grade level, there's the strategies that you can use to place kids. Like, yeah, I don't like to just layer, because you say, well, what's going on in that initial instruction? How are we missing so many students? And I think that Director Sinai, we have work to do in that area. I would argue that there's still some low-hanging fruit in that area. I think we do have professional development to do on really, really how do you teach this curriculum in a way that's successful for students. I think that that's true. I agree.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms.
I really appreciate all the work you guys are doing.
I'm sorry, Director Sinai, for cutting you off. We will now move to Director Vasudev's question, and then Student Board Director Mascareñas Swan. I just want to take this opportunity to remind us that we do have a second part of this presentation this evening, two other parts of this presentation this evening. So I just want us to be mindful of that in our questions and our responses. Director Vasudev.
Well, thank you everyone for the presentation. I think, we're taking so long because obviously we're all really excited about this topic and love this workshop model. So thank you for all the hard work and for helping us geek out with you tonight. My question is about, I don't know if this would be in the intervention second category, but how are you ensuring that language proficiency levels are taken into consideration when you're grouping students for math intervention? I would just love to learn a little bit more about that, because obviously we're going to look at the data later, right? But I am concerned, as Director Sinai pointed out, about, our Black and Brown students, and particularly our English language learners. So I hear a lot from that community. So how are we ensuring that the language proficiency levels are taken into consideration when we're grouping students for intervention? And then my second part about similar question is more focused on PD, which is how do we make sure that in the PD programs that you're mentioning, we're equipping teachers to meet the unique needs of English language learners when it comes to intervention services. And so if you could walk me through those two items, that'd be great.
I can build on the second part of that question. I can't build on the first part, and I don't know if Ms. Dean or Debbie can. But in terms of the second part of that, our January PD is actually focusing, again, in October, we started talking about and engaging our teachers on universal design for learning, and specifically, how do you scaffold appropriately so that students have access to the tasks that you're engaging them in. We took them through the process of planning through that lens and specifically thinking of language and language supports and complexities of language. We took them through an actual, it wasn't math, it was a science example, a 9th grade biology example. This time in January, we're going deeper with that and really thinking specifically across the board, not just in mathematics, but across content areas around how do we look at language explicitly and then offer supports through functions and mortar and brick with regards to the language we're expecting students to produce in the tasks that we're putting before them. And so that's how we're going a little deeper in terms of universal design for learning, is we're engaging students in complex tasks, rigorous thinking, through the 5 pursuits, intellect and criticality. Now, how do we ensure that students have access, have the language needed in order to articulate and convey their thinking in order to, and all of those pieces of language development. And so those are the 2 strategic and intentional pieces that we're adding to our PD this year. Our ELD TSA coach is not here, so I can't speak specifically to what's going on in the ELD department, but I can tell you that our district-wide PD is focusing on that.
And then also historically in our district, our teachers have gone through the constructing meaning training, and that really helps them with language development within their classrooms across the different curricular areas. And again, is it an area of growth for ours? Yes, it is an area of growth.
I'd like to jump in and address that very briefly as well, if you don't mind.
Sure.
When you look at the recommendations for supporting English language learners in mathematics, a point that has really stuck out for me in my time in this position has been the importance of making sure that English language learners are still being given access to rigorous problem solving, even if they don't know the language, even if they don't know the vocabulary. And so in all of the PDs that, I've designed, delivered, supported, since I've been in this role, and that, we as a PD department and the math teacher leaders have designed and delivered and supported, there's been this real emphasis on that, on making sure that all students in our classroom have access to rigorous mathematics, not just rote memorization, not just procedural, but rigor in what we're doing. And we know that that also supports English language learners. And within that, there are different strategies that are allowing students to have access to the language of mathematics. And are we engaging in those rigorous activities?
Thank you, Ms. Aguilar. My question is, are we grouping students like at the King Newcomer program, for example, right? Just to give you a concrete program, or at Longfellow, do we group English language learners for intervention programs? Like, is there one of these like the Silicon Valley Math Initiative, like one of these intervention programs in our district that works better for our ELD students than others? Like, has that been studied and analyzed? And
I do not think that's happening at the K-5 level. I can't talk about 6 through 8.
I'm not familiar with grouping students by ELD status. Our math support and intervention is just all the students that need extra support.
We do, I mean, at King, I feel like our newcomers and our ELD students are grouped with one math teacher, and a lot of those students are in my math intervention class. So I think that's been a practice for a while. Not all of them need math intervention, but some of them do.
So it varies by site.
Yeah, it sounds like it varies by site. And then I'm wondering if at King, and you don't have to answer this question now, but like if the intervention programs at King have been studied to see like which is the most effective one for that particular grouping. I would be just curious to learn about that at a future meeting, but thank you.
Thank you, Director Vasudev. Student Board Director Mascareño Swan.
Thank you. Thank you guys for your presentation. I'll be brief. I was just wondering, I was thinking about this when Director Alper was talking about like PD and how you guys are kind of exemplifying the high end of teaching at our schools and how that might not be translating into the actual sites. And I had personal experiences. I know that, well, you guys mentioned that a lot of times the struggles are with newer teachers who are coming in with less confidence to the job or less knowledge and ability. But I think I've had a lot of negative experiences with math teachers or teachers who have been teaching for a very long time and have seen a lot of curriculums come and go and a lot of different styles of professional development come and go. And as a result have kind of become like a little bit disillusioned or disenchanted with like these continuous new curriculums. And like in my experience or in what happened to me at Longfellow was I had a math teacher who just didn't go with the curriculum at all and just taught what he wanted to teach because that was what he learned as a student. And it was a big transition for me going into 8th grade and then into high school with a completely different curriculum that I hadn't really experienced before. So I'm just curious what kinds of strategies you guys are employing to bring in those teachers who've been teaching at the school for a really long time and might not be as invested in learning the same way that a new teacher would be these new curriculums.
We intentionally facilitate 5 collaborations with middle school teachers a year, specifically with the mathematics department across sites. Where we've videotaped teachers. We just videotaped two teachers actually collaborating, and we're going to be analyzing and looking at that at our next collaboration session. What are you noticing about collaboration? What discussions do you see the teachers having around mathematics, around blah, blah, blah. And so we're doing some of that intentional work. We're actually lucky that we have those collaboration times where the math departments across sites get to work together and share best practices and learn from each other. We've featured teachers again through either them modeling out loud or through videotape recordings. I don't know if Rosa, you want to add anything else, but we have had that. In K-5, the work intention strategically happens through our teacher math leads. And so a lot of the learning that they engage in, they also engage their staffs in. So they facilitate professional development at their sites. And we also take aspects of the learning we engage in with our math leads and to our district-wide PD. Again, highlighting best practices, looking for video. Last school year, we featured one of our 2nd grade math teachers from Rosa Parks who actually facilitated our PD time with our K-5 teachers. And so we're really trying to find best practices and engage teachers in learning from each other versus just trying to learn from us or keynotes or book studies. And so really trying to foster that collaborative efficacy and working together. So those are some of the efforts that we've been really trying to intentionally work on. And I think we can continue to get better with that aspect of the work as well.
Thank you all so much for this portion of the presentation and for staying late to present it to us. I'm going to turn it back over to Associate Superintendent Aurelio. And I just want to apologize. I'm nursing a headache, so I'm going to have my video off. So please literally charge it to my head and not to my heart.
Thank you all for those questions. This could be 3 workshops, so we know that there's a lot of content and information. So thank you, K8 team. We're going to shift gears briefly. Director Ruth Steele is here from Brea, and she's going to walk us through just a brief touch of data. We've included a number. I mean, the slide deck's 57 slides long. Most of that is data at the end. Hopefully you have time. You had some time before the meeting to digest, but we just do some quick highlights, and Ruth is going to lead us in that. So Ruth, you are on.
Thank you so much. Good evening, School Board and Superintendent Stevens. So as Ruben said, there are a lot of data slides in the slide deck, and that's my job. I'm the director of Brea, so my world is data. This first slide just lists the content that's available in there for you. And this is actually data that we ran at the end of the first quarter and shared with all school sites. We actually ran a PD, my team and I ran a PD for all the principals to walk them through their math data and also talk to them about how to use the math data to analyze and assess how things are going at the different school sites. So essentially kindergarten through 2nd grade do a benchmark that was designed in-house. There are 3rd through 8th grade STAR scores for every elementary and middle school. And then in the slide deck, you'll also see grades for middle school. The kids get 2 grades. They get a standards-based progress grade and a habits of work grade. So it's kind of effort and achievement, if you want to break it down like that. And then for the high school, they have report card grades for quarter 1. So all of the data that's in the slide deck was run at the end of October. And essentially, we're using this as our baseline data for the year, because when Ruben and I started in July, we realized there was a lot of inconsistency in the way that data had been collected the last 2 years, largely due to the pandemic and differing access to technology and just all of the challenges that the pandemic has presented. We also didn't have complete CASP data. So one of our endeavors this year has really been to ensure that we have a comprehensive data set to look at and assess where we are. So I'm really proud of the work the school sites have done, because all these assessments were completed with 95% and above completion rate, which is incredible for the first go around, especially using the benchmarks comprehensively and STAR assessments. So we have a really comprehensive and complete data set to use as our baseline. So that's huge credit to the school sites and the math team for really getting that to happen. So the focus of this evening, as Ruben said, this could literally be like another whole hour. I'm going to make it really quick, maybe 3 minutes. So essentially, one of my jobs is trying to help the school sites to analyze their data, to look at the information they have, and to help any stakeholder group to look at our data. So this is a little question set, which is are the kind of questions that we ask school teams to look at when they're analyzing their data to make meaning of the information that they have. And essentially, it's about looking at how our subgroups are performing, whether it's by race or our other subgroups, looking at which groups are successful, because some of our kids are doing very, very well, looking at which students are really struggling, and then seeing whether those patterns are consistent. And we've provided this data as a district-wide snapshot and for each school site, so school teams can really dig down to the individual student level, and then starting to look at whether there are reasons for those differences. And then really big questions like when you look at the high school data, whether all kids have access to high-level classes, in AP classes and IB classes. So I'm going to just show you a couple of slides that are some of the data, just to kind of give you an idea how this conversation could go. So these first 2 are 1st grade and 2nd grade math data. So if you can show the next one as well, Ruben. So you can see, if you flip back and forward, these are really consistent data patterns between 1st grade and 2nd grade. And you can tell immediately when you look at them that there's a fairly high degree of consistency in the way these patterns present. And if you look at 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade, the pattern is the same. So it's pretty easy then to enter a conversation around, well, why is that? Why do different racial groups do differently on our assessments? Because it's very clear which groups are struggling, and it's very clear which groups are more successful. So that's a great way to open a conversation at the school site in terms of, well, why is that? Why are those patterns in place? What can we do to disrupt them? How do we ensure that these students who are struggling get the support that they need? If you move on to the next slide, after the second grade math, this is a high school slide. And I wanted to include this because this is the Math 1X class. There should be 2 slides around this class. I think the next one, okay, there we go. So Math 1X, this is we have 2 demographic sets that we're using this year. My team and I designed these intentionally. So we have demographic 1, which is always the racial breakdown by subgroup, and demographic 2 is always all of our other subgroups. So special education, English language learners, male, female, etc. So you can see we have 2 demographic sets that we use to help the schools make sense of their data. This is the math class at the high school. And you can see, and I'm sure the high school team will probably speak to this, there are definitely some groups heavily represented in this class, and there are definitely other groups that are not. And this is really the, I don't quite know how to describe it, so Kieran and his team will have to help, but the Math 1X class is really for students who failed Math 1 at least once, maybe twice, and then they get kind of tracked into this Math 1X class, usually as juniors. So there is heavy disproportionate representation in that class. And again, I know that that's a discussion the high schools had in looking at why certain students are in this class and why other subgroups are not represented at all. So that's another way that you can use this discussion protocol to really dig into which groups are struggling, which groups are present, which groups are not present, and then talking about why that is. And then the next slide is, this is the Advanced Math 3 class. This one's in here just to show you which groups are represented and which are not. Again, it's a very different class. This is the Advanced Math 3 class. It's one of the higher level math classes. And you can see, if you look across the bottom, which subgroups are represented in that class and which are not. So again, just using those math protocols to kind of have teams ask those questions, like who is represented in the data set? Why do we think they're here? Who's missing? Why are they missing? And just digging into the information, because data is data. It tells a story, and it's our job to try and make sense of it in a way that allows us to respond. And that's really the focus we have with the school teams is, okay, here's your data. Now, what are you going to do with it, and how are you going to respond and change the pattern, disrupt the patterns that you see? I think the next slide is the last one.
Ruth, before we move on, I just want to point out on these slides, for example, on this one where it says Asian 6, you don't see a bar graph, and that's purposeful. We're not showing the breakdown if there's less than 10 in a group. That's, you'll notice that in some of these slides or in the appendix.
Thanks, Ruben, for explaining that. So yes, when the sample size is really small, we're trying to protect student identifiers and not break those out. So the first, if you can go back to the first slide, Ruben, the LCAP Goal 1. So the first set of questions relate back to LCAP Goal 1, which is looking at these predictable patterns around race and making sure that our systems are responsive. So these questions are really digging into those questions. And then that last slide is around LCAP Goal 2. These are the kinds of questions that school sites can ask, or any team can ask, when you're looking at providing interventions. So as you look at those bar charts or any of the others in the appendix, starting to ask, well, you know, which are the groups of kids that need support? What do we have in place? And Adelita and her team were talking about that earlier. Are these programs working? So can we connect the interventions we have in place to student outcomes? And then is there other information we need? Because sometimes we don't have all the information we need by looking at one data set. There may be other things that we need to look at, like student attendance, or maybe it's teacher experience, maybe it's PD. There's a lot of other factors that can be aligned with the actual math data when we're looking at student outcomes. So there's a lot of data in here, lots and lots of places for people to dig around and have a look. And as I said, this was all shared with school sites back in October as our baseline, and we're in the process of getting ready to pull all the data now. We're at the end of semester 1 and trimester 2, so we'll have a whole new set of data to do some comparative work to see how our kids are doing after a full semester in school. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Ms. Still Brown. We'll take questions from the board, and I just want to give a gentle reminder to board members that these questions are specifically please tailor your questions specifically to the data presentation that Ms. Still Brown just gave. So we'll start with Vice President Babbitt and then move on to Director Sinai.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the thoughtful questions, but what are the answers to some of those questions? Like, are we gathering the answers? Because, you know, it's frightful that there's actually 0 African-American students in an advanced math class. So if we ask the question, how are we gathering the answers and monitoring better results to come out of those answers?
Well, I can answer that from my perspective, but I'll need the high school team and maybe Debbie to talk about it from a site perspective. So my role is providing the data to the teams, running PD to ask that, so they have time. One of the biggest challenges is providing time for teams to really look at the data, especially now with so much going on with COVID and everything else. So my role is to really carve out time for the teams to ensure that the data is looked at and that it is discussed. And then site teams are going to have to come up with their strategies and their solutions to address those data points. So I don't have that information. I don't know exactly what each school is doing, because every team will probably look at this a little bit differently. But what we have been doing this year, which I think is new, is really making sure that principals have this data in a timely manner, that they're given time and space to look at it and have those discussions. And I don't know to what extent that has happened in the past. I think it has to some degree, but certainly for the last 2 years, that data hasn't been complete enough to really tell the story. And the nice thing is now it is, and we'll have that comparison point to look at in a couple of weeks. So it's really going to push that conversation and give teams the opportunity to make those kinds of decisions.
And Vice President Babbitt, I will say that those advanced 3 math numbers aren't strictly a Berkeley High issue, right? That starts at the elementary level as kids work their way up. And so it really, we're all responsible for that data. It's not strictly, it's a Berkeley High issue. It's something to be mindful of when we see data like that, that's years of challenges that have built upon each other to get to those numbers.
And I think to piggyback on that, if you look at the 5 slides that I put in the slide deck, that pattern exists in first grade. It's there actually in kindergarten as well. It seems to become a widening gap as you go through the grade levels, and that's why that question is in the data protocol. If you compare grade to grade, you can see that gap begins as early as kindergarten and first grade, but it does start to widen as kids get towards 8th grade and then into high school. So that's where I think articulation between our 5th and 6th grade teachers, our 8th and 9th grade teachers is critical in trying to break some of these patterns too.
Thank you so much. Director Sinai, followed by Director Vasudez.
So thank you for the presentation. And sorry, I was just looking at the squares just changed. Director Steele Brown, thank you. And you know, I can totally geek out on this stuff, so I really appreciate it. My question actually really does follow on what you just said in the sense of the questions that are asked, because I do feel like the high school gets the brunt of, you know, 8-9 years of us accumulating, you know, challenging, not addressing the, you know, or not being able to, you know, fully address the challenges. So part of my question is that transition point analysis where 4th and 5th grade teachers talking to 6th and 7th grade teachers, or, you know, 7th and 8th grade teachers talking to 9th and 10th grade teachers, and using the data as a way to also kind of unpack what some of the issues might be. And again, kind of going back to my root cause question is, are there, and then this will probably come up in the high school presentation, so I'll throw it out there, but I don't expect an answer, is, you know, is there alignment in the curriculum between the, you know, the elementary and the high and the middle is more seamless, I think, because it comes from the same curricular company, program, strand, whatever you call it. But then you've got the math 1, 2, and 3. And are there differences in how that transition happens from 8th to 9th grade? And what were the grades that kids had in middle school and who's dropping off in 9th and 10th grade? Or, you know, what are the consistent patterns across? So I think data can help us look at that, but I think needing to dedicate the time across grade levels is, I've always heard, is one of the biggest challenges. When you get the middle schools and the high school together is really hard, just time-wise. So I thought the U9 was going to kind of help forge that. So maybe when we talk about the high school stuff, that could get addressed, because I do think that these are patterns that are long established. I guess the other question that would be interesting to know is, a lot of kids come into Berkeley High from private schools. You know, is there any difference in kids who have not gone through the Berkeley public schools and how they're achieving in the math curriculum at Berkeley High? And are they falling off, or are they doing just fine? So there, you know, there's a lot of ways to cut the data to look at, trying to unpack where the trends are coming from. So I really appreciate it. And the more, you know, that we have the ability, when we're not in a pandemic crisis and we're not, you know, dealing with a lot of different stuff, to have the time to really use it to inform instruction, and inform the articulation between the grade levels is super important.
Thank you. I'm not sure there's a question there that I can answer. It sounds like we're waiting for the high school team on some of those.
And the high school, and they will. They'll address a number of those things. Director Vasudev, I think you're next.
Yeah, I just have, thank you so much, Director Steele Brown, for your presentation, and Associate Superintendent Aurelio for your facilitation right now. Thank you. Really quickly, I just want to second what Vice President Babbitt said, that it'd be useful to have the answers to the list of questions. So I thought, you know, you guys are so into the weeds with this, but for us as board members to zoom out a little bit, it might be nice to have the answers to those questions, maybe for 2 schools, right? Or like compared to when this comes to the board, right? Or in a similar presentation. And I really love this presentation, and I hope that, you know, it comes again to the board soon. But when we look at data, it would be really good to take maybe 2 elementary schools and show a comparative analysis, 2 middle schools, show an analysis, and walk us through the answers to some of the questions that you put up. Because I think the narrative is really important too, right? And we want to know, all right, now that you've compared the data across all the elementary schools, where are great things happening, you know, that can influence how, you know, tell us the story of what happens behind the scene, and how what happens at one school can help improve services at another school. So I think it would just be nice to have the answers to some of those questions. And I realize that you're comparing a lot of different sites. And so maybe just choosing sites that would be an interesting story for us would be great next time that this comes to the board.
Yeah, I think that's a great suggestion. Yeah.
And I was just going to say that also what we'll have next time around is the second data set. So we'll not only be able to look at a couple of schools side by side, we could look at progress from the initial baseline to then that early spring data, which might be really interesting too.
Thank you so much again, Ms. Steele Brown, for your presentation. We'll go back to Director Babbitt, or Vice President Babbitt, excuse me, once more. And then Associate Superintendent Aurelio, please feel free to pick it up from there.
Thank you. Director Swan, you didn't have any comments? I didn't want to jump or outburst. But I did want to say I don't quite know how the answers are still being collected to those questions. Like, what is the process for gathering that information? I mean, I appreciate the data. I really appreciate that it's a more substantive set than we've had in past years. But I can tell you what the second set of data is going to look like. It's not going to look much different from the last data that I've seen for the last 10 years. So if we don't get to the root cause of what is causing this data or this results, we are going to keep sitting here year after year with different board members saying the exact same thing about what do we do to address the data? Why do we still have this data? Why do we consistently lay on interventions and yet we still do not get the results that our public dollars are actually funding? Our tax dollars are funding. Like, we are working very hard as advocates for equity to change these results. So if we just now get a new data set with nothing to base our decisions on how we're going to do things differently, why are we here? I mean, I really would like for us to answer the question, how are we going to systemically gather the answers to those questions and use this data to make better decisions to get better outcomes?
Well, I can take a stab at answering that question. I think, for me being new to Berkeley, because I've only been here since the summer, the first step for us was getting consistent data. We didn't have it. So there was nothing consistent or comprehensive from the last 2 years that we could even enter that conversation with. So step one was to really ramp up the use of the assessments at the school sites to make sure every kid was being assessed, to ensure that we had a complete data set that we could use multiple times in the year to assess progress. So now we have that. We didn't have that coming into the year because of CASP and everything else that I mentioned earlier. So the work is happening. Those questions are going to be answered as we find time with site teams to have them dig into that data and look at it and ask those questions per site. Because here's the problem. I can't do that as the director of Breyer for school teams. The discussion has to happen with the principals and with school teams so that they're engaged in their own data conversation. And we've got math teacher leaders, we've got TSAs and Adelita and her team who can help with that conversation, because it ties to instruction, because my department does not oversee the instructional piece, and the answer to those questions lies within the instructional work that has to happen. So there's a bridge that exists between the assessment data that Breyer focuses on and then the curriculum and instruction work that Debbie and her team were describing earlier. So we have a lot still to do. In each of the things that have been raised are all components of that work. So I think it's important to remember that we've really come a long way since August in terms of getting the data in place and beginning a lot of data conversations with site teams. Now they have to dig in and really start to answer those questions with a responsive plan that will ensure that those student outcomes change. So that's the direction we're going, and we're part of the way there, but we're not all of the way there yet.
Can Dr. Stevens or Ruben answer my question?
I'm happy to jump in, Director Babbitt, although I appreciate it as well that Associate Superintendent Aurelio jumps in. This idea that school teams have to take responsibility for their data, that's exactly what Director Steele was articulating. It's something I believe as well. The folks who have the ability to impact students' learning are the ones who have to most wrestle with it and who have got to resolve the dilemmas that are most close to them. This is a slow process. We've been sort of talking through over the course of the evening, all of the professional development, the coaching, all of these efforts to help teachers engage with their colleagues on these important questions. It's helpful to have the data. It's helpful to have the good questions. It's helpful to collect those answers. I think you're pressing us in exactly the right way. But the teams, I think, that have to do it are these school teams. And then it's our responsibility to help them collaborate to get better and learn from one another. So what I can do is, I don't know that I can sort of give you the answer you're looking for this evening. How does that happen? But what I can commit is that we will circle back as a team and begin to think in ways we have not articulated tonight about how we're going to begin to be able to compare the answers between those schools.
Yeah, and I would just add, part of it is building an expectation around that use of data. And that's going to be critical as we make, we can have as much data, and direct Vice President Babbitt, you mentioned the data, you could probably predict what the data will look like the next go round. Having data is not enough, right? We have to do something with the data, and that's really setting up those expectations for our school site teams and allowing for that time. It does take time. It takes time to really do that lift. And I know that we're totally pressed for time, especially school sites at this time right now.
Student Board Director, Ms. Mascareña Swan, and then Director Sinai.
I was just going to say, I think Director Babbitt brought up a really important point about the lack of students of color or Black Indigenous students of color in our math classes, especially our advanced math classes. And I think that I would be really interested to see more of the data around staffing and teaching staff in the math departments and at Berkeley High, and also within the elementary and middle schools, like teaching math classes, because I think that that's something that's really important. I remember when we saw the hiring statistics earlier in the year, and there was, obviously it is slightly reflective of our district not being very, having a large amount of white students right now and not a lot of Black students, but still like a shockingly few amount of Black teachers and teachers of color in general. And I think that part of something like, obviously, yeah, infrastructure is important and continuing to create programs to support students is important, but I think also that we have to have teaching staff, especially in math, that's reflecting our students. And right now we don't have that, and we haven't had that for a while. And I think that's something that we're gonna have to be addressing before we even begin to look at like more programs for supporting our Black students.
Thank you, Student
I would
Director.
be interested to see more of the data around hiring in the future. I don't have any specific questions right now.
Thank you.
Director Sinai?
Yeah, and so I think Director Steele-Brown, just little context is, I appreciate that you're new coming into the district and you've really taken the bull by the horns to develop these systems and to get this data and these questions and to help facilitate how the school sites have these conversations. I think what you're hearing is frustration for a number of us who, you know, have been here when data has been good and we still haven't moved the needle in the way that we want to, and data hasn't been good and we still haven't felt the need. So I just don't, you know, don't take it personally. I think it's just a general frustration overall with where we continue to be at. I guess where I want to think about in relation to the data also is what is reasonable given our circumstances right now, you know, with our overall crises, and we're entering into the budget cycle. How we use this data and any comparison data from, even if it's cohort data or even 2019 data, how we do any kind of data-driven decisions around our budget process as we're entering in, especially if we end up getting slammed the way we anticipate at the end of last year and have to make cuts. So how we can pivot any of our data sets to help us make those decisions on what does seem to be, even if we can't do deep dive root cause for everything, you know, before we just say we're going to cut something or we're going to add something, is there a way to have some data driven analysis around it? And I know that's going to be hard just given everything, but if they're, like we said in the earlier presentation, even if there's a couple of data points that we can pull from that would be really useful for decision making, I think that would be helpful.
Thank you.
Is there any way I could just jump in just for 2 seconds? I know we're behind, but I just wanted to build on what Dr. Babbitt, you know, your questions and concerns and comments really resonated with me, of course, and probably all of us. And because PD was mentioned as well, as I do want to say that there are different types of data. And we intentionally in the PD department in our work with teachers and teacher leaders have been looking at lesson study data. We're engaging in 3 cycles of lesson study, which is PD in action, but you actually look very closely at student learning and what it is or not happening during the lesson as a result of what, you know, of what we're implementing. We're also intentionally implementing cycles of inquiry where you actually have to think of a problem of practice, collect student work, which is data, reflect on it, and then think about what are my next steps. So what did happen for students? What did not happen for students in terms of what I'm actually seeing in front of me? And then what does that mean in terms of teaching and learning and the impact on instruction? And so our RTI teachers are also intentionally engaging in cycles of inquiry. So there are some different pieces of data that tell some of the narrative. I think it's obviously an area for growth, but we are definitely trying to be intentional, really having teachers strategically and intentionally look at student work through the lens of what is happening, what are you looking at, what does this tell you is happening or not happening. Sometimes the data we tend to look at too often is the end result of what didn't happen. And so we're really trying to look at the road traveled before that in our work. And I don't know if that addresses your question, Vice President Babbitt, but I did just want to say that we are doing some of that work around different types of data collection and work. Sorry.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that drive to really improve first level instruction, and then also the drive to really turn this data into information so that we can use it as we create policies, as we look at our the needs of our district, right? As we make these decisions around what we're going to fund, how we're going to fund, and how we're going to structure our departments and use our resources better. So thank you again for this presentation and for all of your thoughtful comments and hard work.
Thank you so much. I'll pass it back over to Associate Superintendent Aurelio.
Thank you. And so batting cleanup this evening, we have Berkeley High School, and I'd like to introduce Kieran Rock, Vice Principal at Berkeley High, and he's going to introduce his team. And I just want to, they've been hanging on all evening. I even thought about rearranging and bumping them up, but they wanted the data to go first. And so just really want to honor their time. They got to get up and teach in the morning. So Director Ty, I see your hand up. Did you want to jump in real quick?
No, I was just pre-raising my hand.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so Kieran, I'm gonna turn it over to you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Good evening, board members. We are very excited to be here to share with you some insights into mathematics at Berkeley High. My name is Kieran Rock. My pronouns are he, him, and I'm one of the vice principals at Berkeley High. I've been at BHS for 6 years and in this role for the past 2 years. I would like to introduce my colleagues, 3 veteran math teachers at BHS. I think combined they have nearly 30 years of teaching experience at Berkeley High, and so I think there's a joke for you in there somewhere, but it's kind of late and I can't find it. Sorry. Nakia Baird is one of our Math 1 teachers and one of our U9 math content leads. He's going to begin with giving you a brief overview of math, that sort of some historical context for the way that our math course offerings have evolved over the last decade or so, which we believe is really important context to kind of lay the foundation for this discussion. Monique Duncan Harris is one of our 2 math department teacher leaders. So she's in the role of a department head for the math department at BHS. And she's one of the teachers of the Math 1X class. She stepped up to take on teaching 2 sections of that class this year, and we'll be able to share a little more about that because I know that was of interest. And Corey Ostera is our other math department teacher leader. Corey also teaches advanced math, and so our 2 teacher leaders here this evening teach the 2 classes that were just kind of under the microscope a little bit with the previous data set. And so I think we really have the right people in the room to speak to some of the questions that were being raised. So we will give you a brief historical context. I will give you an overview of some of the changes and the shifts that we've made for this school year to try to improve outcomes for all students, and in particular Black students who we know are being underserved. And then Monique and Corey will go into some of the next steps and needs that we would love to partner with the board and our district leadership around, because I think our teachers have a lot of expertise and a lot of insight into what needs to happen to serve our students better and support teaching and learning. So with that, I think I will hand it over to Mr. Baird to give you a little bit of historical context. So please take it away, Nakia.
Right, thank you. Is my sound okay?
Sound is good, and you have to tell me to click, Nakia.
Okay, you can just click so everything on the slide shows. Yeah, it's a little hard to believe that Ty was 8 when I started teaching, but that's all right. Yeah, I kind of miss our board our boardroom over in MLK, where I could just walk over from my classroom. The sound was great in there. So Zoom's not quite the same. So as Mr. Rock said, I'm one of the U9. I'm a Hive lead and subject lead. I'm also I'm a math and physics teacher and former math department head. So I don't go back as far as this picture does in the background. That is Berkeley High. It's well before 2000. So before 2000, and Berkeley High in the 1990s started piloting the what we called IMP. That curriculum was piloted for several years, and it was a local company, Key Curriculum Press, that published it. And the first year actually was published in 1997. So if we kind of look in the late 90s, the general idea are we had two sequences. We had the IMP, which had year 1 through 4, and then we had Algebra 1 geometry, Algebra 2, and a math analysis. Some students did take Algebra 1 in 8th grade, and then they moved into calculus. So I just want, before I go further on this, I think some of the frustration's okay, and you're going to see it in these slides and data that, I mean, there's a history here, and there is a need to change things. And so I want to just give you an idea of what the sequencing has gone through and how decisions we make do have impacts. And so we can think from that. So next slide, please. And so in the early 2000s, there was a decision that all 8th graders would take Algebra 1. And so that moved Algebra 1 to 8th grade, and that had impacts later that we'll look at in a little bit. In 2009-10, the new superintendent at that time decided to move geometry into our middle school. So before that, students that could take algebra, all of the students were taking algebra, and they took geometry in high school, and then this moved geometry as an option into 8th grade, which moved algebra down to 7th grade. 2009 to 10, that's when we already had some of the International Baccalaureate curriculum, but there was a decision to offer the diploma, which required that we had the IB math classes and science classes. So they were introduced at that time. So this had a huge impact on the math sequencing that you just saw on the last slide. So if we move to the next slide. So these are the impacts. So you can see all the highlighted areas. This is what happened, right? So when you move things down, IMP year 1 was, it no longer worked. And so then kids started in IMP 2, and then they all moved in forward to this class. Algebra became a repeater course. So in the high school, kids were failing algebra in 8th grade, probably too soon taking it. And then they had to take it again and again. And so that ended up splitting up into having classes where we had 9th to 10th graders taking algebra. I taught like 11 to 12 algebra. So we had kids that were taking it, 4 or 5 years in a row. So it was a cycle of failure. And some kids were repeating geometry because they were taking that probably too early. And then of course we had our honor sequence where we were sorting kids. And so this movement meant that we actually had 7th graders taking algebra, then they were taking geometry in 8th grade. And so we had, if we look at where 9th graders were going at this time, this is 2014 to 15, we had 9th graders could go into IMP2, Algebra 1, Geometry, Honors Algebra 2, regular Algebra 2, and then we also had some 9th graders who were actually taking honors math analysis. So that's 6, 7 if you count the math analysis, different places that our 9th graders were scattering into. The next slide. So in 2012-14, this is where actually middle school and high school teachers were communicating a lot about the Common Core and how we could actually, in adopting that, we could do some detracking. And our elementary schools, as you saw, they adopted a new curriculum, middle schools did, and then high schools beyond that as well. In 2014-15, we piloted some different curriculums within our geometry classes. And I think we have one more there, yes. And so then the board approved the Math Vision Project curriculum, which is what we currently have. So that kind of puts us up to where we are. So this is our sequence now. So it's a little bit simpler than that huge slide of all over the place, but remember that there's an impact. When that happens, it takes 4 years for it to cycle out of the high school. So about the time we were starting to cycle out of that, then the pandemic hit and so on and so forth. So while it seems like a long time ago, as we know in a school district, 13 years is a cycle. In a high school, it's 4. So this is our current sequence. So the math 1, 2, 3, and leading to the senior level courses, and then the advanced sequence, and then the senior level courses. Next slide. Back one. Or there it is. Okay, so I just want to talk a brief kind of what which students do and don't take Math 1. So as a U9 teacher and a Math 1 teacher, sometimes we have a misconception that Math 1 is a U9 class, and it's actually not all ninth graders. So what happens is incoming ninth graders are sorted into Math 1 and Advanced Math 1. And then students that are designated advanced are removed from the U9 and placed in an Advanced 1 class. And then those students are replaced, or their seats are filled, I guess we could say, with students who need to repeat Math 1 or took INE Math 1 the previous year. INE Math 1 was eliminated for ninth graders in 2021, 2022. That's why you see that current course, which is called Math 1X. It had a different meaning years ago, but I won't go into that, but that's what that course is. And just note that for most students, Math 1 is the 10th math class students take K-12. All right.
Great, thank you, Mr. Baird. So I have one brief slide that I'll present, and then I will hand it over to Ms. Duncan Harris and Ms. Ostera. So a couple of changes that have been implemented at BHS for our ninth grade math program this school year have been, as Mr. Baird mentioned, the elimination of the INE algebra class. That is a sheltered special education class, and that change was communicated to us in the spring last year. So we very quickly pivoted and started to plan for how we're going to serve all students with disabilities in an inclusive setting. We have been collaborating, and I just want to quickly appreciate Ruben Aurelio, our special ed director, Sean Mansager, and the superintendent as well, have all been to Berkeley High this year to visit, to observe in classrooms, and joined our math department meeting this past Monday, in fact, and have really been engaging directly with math teachers. And I think that kind of collaboration is really one of the ingredients for success. So thank you, and we hope that that collaboration can continue. So we've been collaborating with the special ed team to figure out how do we partner and how do we deliver math instruction that meets the needs of all of our students. And so students with disabilities in ninth grade are receiving math instruction in their U9 Math 1 class along with their general ed peers. And our special education case managers are partnering with Math 1 teachers. There are 7 Math 1 teachers and 3 case managers. And so they are providing push-in support to each of those teachers' classrooms or each Hive's class daily, and then collaborating outside of class time as well. We wish there was more time for collaboration, and of course, time is one of our most precious resources. The Math 1X class, I just do want to clarify, I think maybe there's some misconceptions about what this course is and why it exists. This is not the first year this class has been offered. It has been offered previously at Berkeley High, not for the past few years. And this was offered this year really in response to the needs of students who were not passing Math 1 as ninth graders, and were then being sent back to a class with ninth graders as a 10th, 11th, or 12th grader. And what we know about the experience of those students was frankly that it was humiliating for them to be sent to a ninth grade class. Attendance rates were not good for this demographic of students. And the Math 1X class, which we're running 2 sections of that class, is really designed to provide a smaller class size and targeted support for those students in a more dignified setting where they are able to learn with their same age peers. And so Monique maybe can talk a little bit about the experience of that class. There are many challenges, but we designed it intentionally to better serve our students who were not finding success in their first year of Math 1. And we're working on currently hiring a classroom assistant to support in that class. We also had a universal design for learning, UDL, professional development was provided to all BHS teachers at the beginning of this school year, including all of our math teachers. That was led by our special education department. And then finally, we prioritized our LEAP classes in our master schedule design for the current school year so that our subject lead or hive leads, which are Mr. Baird and another U9 math teacher who lead one of the 9th grade hives, their scheduling was prioritized so that they're able to push into the LEAP class where their students are being served. The other 5 math teachers in the 9th grade all teach a LEAP class. And so in effect, we're able to provide access to LEAP for every student in the 9th grade where they're able to work directly with their math teacher. So these are some of the initiatives that are underway this year to try to improve outcomes. And I think the next slide, I will step back and hand it over to Corey and Monique.
All right, so the LEAP class is one of the areas where we see some opportunity for improving support at the high school level. Currently, LEAP is a class that students have to opt into. So what this looks like is that at the beginning of the year, there are very few students enrolled in LEAP classes, and then staff members have to recruit students as they notice them struggling in math or in other classes. So what this means is that students kind of trickle into LEAP over the course of a quarter or even over the course of a semester. However, students who enter Berkeley High School who are multiple grades below grade level in math need support at the beginning of the school year. And by the time we notice them struggling one quarter, one semester in, really that's several months of support that they could have been getting. So one of our asks is to require LEAP for students who are earning a D or F in Math 1. This also brings us to a second need, which is to identify students who are struggling in math at the beginning of the school year, or even better, before the beginning of the school year, so that we can help them enroll in LEAP for the entirety of the school year. Another next step is to create a full inclusion universal 9th grade Math 1 course. This would be a class that all 9th graders enroll in. So for this to be successful, we would need additional support, such as FTE, for differentiation in this class. So not only would we need to develop enrichment lessons for students who would want to enroll in Advanced Math 2, we also need to develop resources for students who are entering 9th grade with skills that are significantly below grade level. Finally, in addition, we also call on the board to increase funding for math coaching at all grade levels. Berkeley High School does not have a math coach. Also, we would love to increase funding parity with literacy. For example, elementary school sites all have literacy coaches, and not every elementary school site has a math coach. Also, at the Berkeley High level, we would like to train staff in after-school programs, as well as CLC teachers and LEAP teachers who are not math teachers, in best practices for supporting students in math, particularly at the Math 1 level. And I'll pass it over to Monique.
Next slide. Did it go to the next slide? No, it did. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Good evening. Good late evening. I'm Monique Duncan Harris. Again, I'm co-lead with Corey at the high school. It's my 12th year teaching and 8th year with the district. So actually, before I get into the slide, I do just want to highlight, since I am the teacher of the Math 1X class, just correct one thing. Most of my students have not actually taken Math 1. My students are mostly a product of the INE special ed class that they previously had. So most of them are not repeating Math 1. This is their first time taking Math 1. If you look at that slide that had the data, all but I believe 5 or 6 of my 2 sections of students are special ed students. So I just wanted to clarify that. So one of our next steps and needs is to continue and increase support and collaboration with the special ed department to ensure that all students with IEPs receive appropriate accommodation and modifications in general education math classes. And to also make sure that we are coming up with ways for them to get support outside of class. A lot of those students have a period of COC where we feel like we can be giving them more resources and more support during that time. We talked about the closure of the INE for freshmen and how those SPED teachers are pushing into math classrooms, but they're not in all of the math classrooms, right? So we really need to develop a better way to support students with IEPs. And by we, I mean all of us, not us teachers, but like some funding and some way to get more bodies in the room to actually support those students. We want to continue to provide targeted math professional development for math teachers, customized by level, elementary, middle, and high school. We talked about how district-wide at the high school, we haven't been given any math professional development strictly in support of us. We want to invest in a really good screening diagnostic for all incoming ninth graders so that we can ensure that we're able to utilize one of the tools we do have, which is LEAP, which we know they're, in my opinion, is underutilized because we haven't been given the green light to directly say these students should be placed here. We've been told that we aren't allowed to do that. Which I think is a great way to increase support for students during the school day. And then also to show growth, right? That we might have students coming to us well below grade level, but some diagnostics to show that they are learning, even if that doesn't lead to A's, B's, and C's in Math 1 or Math 2 necessarily. And then improved collaboration and alignment, 6th through 12th, especially 8th through 9th. We talked about connecting with the middle school, I believe a little bit already this evening. And we have had some collaboration with the middle school in the past. These past 2 school years with the pandemic has kind of put a stop to some of that we did have, but improving that collaboration, improving recruitment and retention of qualified math teachers. I think that speaks for itself. And building on last summer's 9th grade summer school class, I believe Nikia and another one of our teachers at the high school taught summer school for 9th graders who they believe would be able to move to Math 2 with some more reteaching of topics during the summer.
Thank you, high school team. That was fantastic.
Thank you so much. We'll now turn it over to Director Alper for questions, followed by Vice President Babbitt and Director Sinai.
Thank you so much. And I know it's really late, so I'll try to be quick. It's good to see all of you. And I like seeing the history. Full disclosure, when Mr. Baird, you were talking about IMP, my mom was one of the authors of that curriculum, and she was one of the teachers who piloted it at Berkeley High in the late 90s, of course, before I was born. But I wanted to ask 2 quick questions. One was, well, one quick and one a little bit longer. The quick one is if someone could just explain how we're making up the time that we lost from last year, because just the class minutes when we were in remote learning I forget what the percentage was, but it was, I think, below 75%, right? And so what are we doing this year? It seems like of all the different subject areas, math is the one that it so builds on itself that I don't know what we're doing, and I'd be curious if someone could answer that. And then the second question is a little bit more goes to what Vice President Babbitt was talking about, in the data presentation, and these fundamental questions, particularly, I'm looking back at the LCAP questions, but the one about what could explain the differences in student performance that we've seen. And Ms. Hester and Ms. Duncan Harris, that list of asks was really thoughtful and helpful, and it's great to see concretely what you all think, as Dr. Stevens said earlier, those of you closest to the students, what you all think we need. So I think we need to wrestle with those and look at them and spend some time with them. The question I have is the one piece of it that has always struck me, is that one explanation for the differences in student performance at the high school is the number of kids who have private tutors, particularly in advanced math. I think maybe math, regular math too, but also, and I'm just wondering, maybe Ms. Esther, if you know, do we know how many kids, for example, in advanced math have private tutors, or even an estimate? And if there's if it's higher than, like, I don't know, 25%, which I think anecdotally it is, have we thought about how to either level the playing field or ask ourselves sort of why it is, what is it about our curriculum that so many students need to go out and get private tutors, to help them, because that seems just so obviously one possible answer to differences in student performance, if there's, if a private tutor is necessary. So those are my two questions. Thank you so much.
Well, speaking to the percentage of students in advanced math who have a tutor, we have not collected that data, and I'm not sure that all of my students who have tutors have shared that with me. Regarding the number of students in the advanced math sequence who are seeking out private tutoring, well, that's one reason to eliminate advanced math 1, and to create a pathway in an integrated math 1 class for enrichment for students who want to be challenged and who want to pursue advanced math 2 in the future, while also supporting students who struggle in math.
I guess I would encourage you to at least consider, not you, Mrs. Chair, but I don't know, Mr. Aurelio, maybe, or Mr. Baird, to get that data. I think it would be interesting to see if it's really high, because we could just ask the students that, it wouldn't be perfect data, it would be self-reported maybe, but through survey data, if it's true that many students are getting private tutors, I think that's something that we need to look at. We don't talk about it that much at the board level, but I think it's happening at the high school and is worth thinking about. But I appreciate that answer, Mrs. Stern. And then how are we making up for what we lost last year? It can't be that we just start where we would have started anyway.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I can just share, I'm not in the classroom, but I can share just sort of anecdotally from a conversation I had with a math teacher who was looking at specifically this question. And it just simply has come down to having to fold in some additional lessons that she was not planning to teach this year to reteach content that students missed last year. We don't have additional time to work with. She's working with the same scope and sequence in the curriculum that she needs to get through, but she is able to assess students and identify certain specific skills gaps and trying to kind of weave in instruction around those specific areas throughout this year. So that's kind of what I can share. And I don't know if maybe Mr. Baird can speak a little more to what he's seeing in his Math 1 classes.
Yes, one advantage to the sophomore 11 and 12 is you're in high school. So all our ninth graders, we work together. And so our sophomore teachers know about where the students are. And I'll tell you, students coming in into Berkeley High, as we know, are coming from all over. So it really is about a lot of assessing where they are. And a lot of that's very informal and looking at where the strengths and weaknesses of classes are, and some things you have to pull through. So for example, if students are missing, say, similarity when you're talking about slope, which is related to that and ratios, and so you need to pull that through a little bit more. And sometimes it does mean, doing lessons and going back and looking at what an 8th grade lesson would be that your students just did not have. And these things happen. These things happen when you're differentiating and you have students that are still at the 3rd and 4th grade level, their brains are not there. You can move them. It takes more time. You can move them because they're older, their brains are more developed. But when students are behind or in different places, it's something in Berkeley High in 9th grade you always experience. Kids are coming in at different levels. I did want to talk about the tutoring too as well, Ty. So I don't know if you remember a few years ago when we presented some similar ideas, and I can tell you that yes, that students that are in advanced math, there's a huge advantage if they can get tutors. There's an advantage in general. I mean, money buys these things, right? So you can get through the system if you can buy your way through. And it's one of the reasons that sorting students before they come to us in high school is a problem, because just like I'm talking about in my math 1 classes, I'm able to see where my students are and kind of get them in line, because some students have different weaknesses and strengths. And so we have more aware of where they are as a group of students at the end of 9th grade. And so that's why we have a different process, and as well that students can go into the advanced sequence. But when we do the sorting before they come to us, it's just like when we did the lottery system before they came to us, we had those problems. And so we will continue to see those problems and some of the inequity. While that is not in of itself the solving all problems, it's something that we strongly need to consider. And it also goes along with the state recommendations that are coming out of California as well for math, is that we're trying to reduce the amount of sorting early on, which I think is something we've worked back to over the last really 8 years really.
So I really appreciate that, and I'll stop in a second. It's true that private tutors always help, but if there are certain classes anywhere in the district, but particularly at the high school, whether it's advanced math or AP Chem, or certain classes that we know that it's not just that it would be helpful, but you for most kids they're not going to succeed unless they get private tutors. Then that's really not that's not equal opportunity. Obviously, that's not equal opportunity. Obviously, that's not equity. And that may be true to some extent across the board if you can have private tutors, but I think we shouldn't, I'm not saying anyone's turning a blind eye to it, but I think we should be proactively looking at, are there certain courses where you really need a private tutor if you want to succeed? And if that's true, then there's either something wrong with the class that requires that and that we're not providing through our own instruction, or we need to make sure that the kids that can't afford a private tutor are getting equal supplemental services. It's got to be one or the other. Otherwise, it's just the definition of inequity.
That's what we're seeing. That's exactly, yeah. I mean, I think that's what I'm saying here. I mean, maybe someone can rephrase what I said.
Yeah, we're gonna go to Vice President Babbitt and then Director Sinai. As soon as Vice President Babbitt's question is answered, please feel free to just jump right in, okay?
Can I jump
President Brown, I think you're stuck in here.
I'm not going to talk about advanced math, but I do want to quickly, no problem. I do want to quickly just say at the end of last school year, we did meet with, I believe Adelita and Rosa and some other people from the middle schools. Time is all crazy, but I almost forgot about that. We did meet at the end of the year just to discuss what topics they would need to leave out in the middle school to prepare for that at the high school.
Thank you so much for this presentation, for all those additional comments and the feedback, and definitely agree with you, Director Alper, that it's one of the things that the Parent Advisory Committee advocated for years, was that we really spend our money on providing direct service to our prioritized pupils to level that part of the playing field. Also with parent education, K through 12, just thinking back to what Assistant Superintendent Aurelio was saying, that this really, culminates from the K through 12 experience. These direct services start as early as 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, and they just continue to be a part of many parents' budget. And so thank you for that lead in, as well as for these next steps. two questions I had. One, regarding the questions that Brea asked. How are you all directly looking at those questions? I see you have your next steps kind of identified here. How are you looking towards providing recommendations so that we can implement those? Or are you looking for us as a board to find solutions and ways to make sure that these next steps happen? Also am concerned about the improved collaboration and alignment 6 through 12, especially 8 and 9, because I know when we moved to this Math 1, Math 2, that was one of the core benefits that we were supposed to get out of moving to this curriculum. And it sounds like it's still a need. So I'm just trying to figure out what happened in that process. Secondly, or lastly, if you could, we don't actually have this presentation that you all gave us posted. So I wanted to see that slide around AP again, because I was trying to figure out, it looked like if you're in IB, you have access to advanced math, and if you're in something else, and is that why we don't have more students of color in advanced math? Because they're just not in those schools?
Is that the slide you're?
Yeah, if you could go back to that one. Yeah, this one.
Okay.
You see on the right, it says
the sequence, right?
Yeah.
So I could speak briefly to that last question, Vice President Director Babbitt. So all students at Berkeley High who pass Math 3, the third level of the Mathematics Vision Project curriculum, have access to advanced placement and higher level math classes during their senior year. That applies to students in all 5 of our communities and students that are not in the BIHS program. So students who complete Math 3 can take AP Calculus, AP Statistics, and then IB Math Studies and IB SL Math Analysis. Those are all options. And I believe they're the only class that has a prerequisite of the advanced math sequence is our Calculus BC, and I believe that's it, but Ms. Ostera can correct me if I'm wrong.
AP Calculus, BC, and IB HL Math are the same course. Well, not that they're taught in the same period.
So you're saying that regardless of your small school, you would still have access to these classes? Okay.
That's correct.
And then for my other questions around parent education and parent support and collaboration and how you guys work towards answering the Brea questions.
The Brea questions are a set of questions that I think are very helpful, and we're just seeing those very recently, as well as the data. So this is a great opportunity for us to reflect on that. And I think a lot of the next steps and the needs that Ms. Duncan-Harris and Ms. Ostera highlighted are really our answers to some of those questions. We know the disproportionality that exists at Berkeley High. We know the problem, and this is really a big focus of our department. And the needs and the asks that we're presenting this evening are what we believe is necessary to move the needle. So, for example, Math 1 is really where we are most concerned. That's really where we lose students. Students who successfully complete Math 1 and move on to Math 2 are generally finding success through the multiple levels in their math progression. But Math 1 is really where the rubber meets the road. And we have a small intervention class available, the LEAP class, but it's voluntary. We have no authority to direct students to take this course, even when we believe they would really benefit from it. So one request that we're making to the board is, would you please consider whether the LEAP class could be a requirement of students who are identified as needing that extra support, because we have the services, we have the support, we know we can move students, we need to get them there. And this does, I understand it's controversial, it does take the place of one of the 2 elective classes that students would have access to. And I heard your comments earlier about just sort of intervention fatigue, and that certain families and students are having an experience with so many layers of intervention being provided, and that's having an impact, a kind of a social emotional impact. So I understand that and I hear that, you know, but we have a course available to support students and give them extra math instruction, and we need to get them there. So that's one of the big requests that we have as a department.
And I just wanted to say to the, and just it kind of revolve around the tutoring and just having worked through all of these different classes and been in the U9 since its beginning now, and that we know that we can move students and we can have the biggest impact on students when they have more time with their teacher, right? So if you have more time with your math teacher, if I'm working with Monique or Corey's students, I know that I can help them and I'm familiar with the curriculum, but nobody is going to know their students like they know their students. And a lot of times when we have programs like Bridge or these other they can be helpful, and a tutor can be helpful, but the tutor is not their teacher. They don't know like what's happening in the classroom, how they're going to interact with the other class, what the pre-teaching is, what skills are going to help them going forward. So there's just nothing like having a little bit more on the time that I have, because I do have some access to the LEAP classes during my prep time. I'm able to do some pre-teaching and work with students, and I mean I can see students move in the LEAP classes when I work with, and I can see them moving grade levels, but it's a lot of time. We saw the same thing in the summer program when Michael Teasley and I did this last summer. It was a few weeks, but it was very intense, and it was with the teachers, and there was two of us, so we weren't feeling like we could like have each other, so we weren't like I'm the kids, and so we could, and that was just a really powerful experience. And I feel like if we can come up with ways to have more of those experiences, positive experiences with math teachers, and students having more time with their math teacher, not, you know, an extension or something else, or more adults in the room with the math teachers. Like having another adult in the room can have a huge impact. Just going around and making sure the students getting on, and if they're stuck, you know, kind of getting them going, give them that little confidence boost so they're not, you know, disconnecting and disengaging. So, and we've got to do it early.
Director Sane.
Yeah, thank you. So thank you for the presentation. This is really good information. I have a couple of questions. One is a clarification, because I think I'm just out of date. I'm older than, you know, Director Alper by just a couple of years. But my kids were in Berkeley High, graduated in 2010 and 2014, so they didn't make it to the Math 1, 2, and 3. But during, you know, when I came onto the board, there was a lot of consternation among the parent community that, you know, almost all kids were declining in math when they entered into the Math 1, 2, and 3. And there was a lot of learning, a lot of, you know, the teachers were learning. There was more staff time to learn the curriculum, and then that dropped off when it got to the second year. So there's a lot of like history to the adoption of the Math 1, 2, and 3. And Mr. Barrett, I know you were there in the thick of it. Now that I think, as you said, we've gone through the cycle of 4 years, and when we look at the data, I guess I didn't realize that, and I think I'll call it tracking. I didn't realize we were tracking all Math 1, 2, and 3 and advanced 1, 2, and 3. I thought that there was the one advanced, and then they kind of merged back. So I don't know, when did that happen from the very beginning, that the whole track was tracked all the way?
Yeah, so in those slides that I showed, that tracking was the development of the pushing of algebra and geometry down. That involves, so instead of advancing just by grade level, so like 8th graders take it a little bit earlier and jump, but that was more of the tracking.
But when we adopted the Math 1, 2, and 3.
So the board actually, because we have the IB curriculum, so all these things have impacts, the board actually wanted to have access to HL math. And so the way to do that, because of the way the curriculum was we had to have an acceleration of the curriculum, especially since at the time we were adopting it as well. We did feel like we could probably hold that off until the second year, and that's why you still see there's like a path there. And so that's why we didn't want to have advanced math 1. We actually wouldn't do it. There was a lot of, in the parent community, there was some concern because we were detracking. We detract the middle schools, and that's where a lot of that voice came from.
Right. So at the same time, as math 1, 2, and 3 got launched, sequentially, our kids of color were doing devastatingly bad. And even our kids who had been doing good in math in middle school weren't doing great. So you had a lot of parents very upset for a while. I'm curious now that there's a lot more history with the math program, even though a couple of years have been remote, or a year and a half remote, is what are you seeing now in the sense of the African American and Latinx experience in 1, 2, and 3? And again, kind of, we're talking about interventions, but are there, and Ms. Duncan-Harris, I think I missed what you said. Did you say that you guys actually talked to the 8th grade teachers about like what elements were or were not getting covered in 8th grade that they need for 9th grade? Those were the kind of questions that I know we talked about needing to do more of. And so I think I'm kind of curious again about the, what did Director Dean call it, the vertical alignment, are there concepts in middle school that aren't getting covered for the math 1, 2, and 3? So the amount of work the high school teacher has to do is like, and is there a way to remedy that? And then my only other question is around the grading. I can't remember exactly if it was equity and grading or grading and equity.
Grading for equity. Yep.
Grading for equity, and whether the math department is going through that process as well, because that's been a lot of discussion over the years of how different the math teachers grade in their classes. So those were my 2 questions, kind of like the competencies from middle to high. I think the bigger question around the disproportionality is an ongoing one that we'll continue to talk about, but the grading for equity.
I can just briefly share that we do have several math teachers that participated in the Grading for Equity Conference PD and are piloting that actually beginning last school year in certain pockets around Berkeley High School and various small learning communities. There's a bit of a student and parent education that comes along with that. It's a kind of a shift in understanding what grades represent and how we measure learning. But that's been underway since last year. And I think that those teachers are part of the professional learning community that Ms. Martinez was mentioning earlier.
Are there teachers in the math department that are going through it?
Yes, several math teachers at Berkeley High are going through it. And then in terms of collaboration, I saw Rosalie just turned her camera back on, and we were partnering together last year with Rosa and with several of the 8th grade math teachers from King, Longfellow, and Willard around the math placement process, as well as around what content was covered and what was not covered last year, so that we could customize what we're providing to students based on their experience during the pandemic. And one very quick anecdote I just want to share. This was a real aha moment for me, and I just want to share this with everyone, that when I began in this role 2 years ago as the vice principal working with the math department, I did an analysis of the students in the advanced math 1 class by race, and saw that there was 1 Black student out of roughly 125 students in that class, and was shocked and really concerned about that. And in surveying a number of teachers and teacher leaders who have more expertise than me, including our math department, our African American Studies department, and our 8th grade math teachers, the feedback that I heard from them was resounding. And it was, rather than trying to focus a lot of energy on moving a small number of students into a kind of elite class, can we please dedicate our resources to serving students where they are at? in Math 1. The majority of our African-American students are not in advanced math. They're in Math 1. How do we serve them well and set them up for success there? And I think this kind of speaks to the kind of bigger concerns that some of us have about the advanced math sequence, that it really does sort of represent, it is the kind of last vestiges of a tracking system where we have a separate pipeline for students, and it just confers this sort of elite status on students that personally I don't think is developmentally appropriate for a 9th grader. And this is really why we want to encourage the board to consider a universal, truly universal and truly inclusive 9th grade math program where all of our students are receiving their math instruction together. And then we do the heavy lifting of differentiating instruction to meet the unique needs of all of those students. We understand they come with different levels of readiness. They're coming from private schools, public schools, and the job of a Math 1 teacher is a tall order, but our teachers are really committed to serving all of our students together in an inclusive setting. And we think that that's not only the best way to serve them in terms of providing the instruction, but also the social emotional development that we're so concerned with. And it's really a priority for us in this district. And so I just wanted to kind of explain that because I had a similar approach to, I think, when I was first looking at this problem, and then really listened to and learned a lot from folks that are on the ground working with students, and that kind of shifted my understanding about this problem.
Right. So that's a big discussion, probably very well worth having, I would agree. Associate Superintendent Aurelio is meeting with, Principal Regos and figuring out what the process is for that. I guess my last comment also, Mr. Baird, is that issue of, I'm not going to get into block scheduling, but it seems like block scheduling is also something that could potentially benefit the math program if kids are actually in class longer, at least. And so I don't know how that offsets your ideas or requests around LEAP, but there might be some more minutes per day, in class within that framework as well. So as you guys are having those discussions and coming back to us, it would be good to also have that in context and see how that might help or not help.
Yeah, I think that when we talk about block schedules, the type of block is really important. And for mathematics, especially when you want to be flexible and you want to use like UDL strategies, and you really have to have an every day. So like a 4x4 block or something is completely different than a repeating block. And we all know that things cost money. So, having students every day is really important. And I couldn't imagine having fewer minutes with students or every other day or something like that. I think that would really have an impact. So yeah, those. But there are some scheduling things, but everything, it's always picking where you're gonna put money.
Director Alper, I see your hand is still up. Do you have another question? Or?
I make a quick comment on the what you said, Mr. Rock. I think what I also understand and know just anecdotally is that the process for getting into advanced math as a freshman, as a 9th grader, is a test that families also get private help for their kids. And I know that there's a lot of Black middle school students who are really strong in math, and so I think there's another question too, which is, yes, maybe there's only a few Black kids in advanced math, but I think it's worth looking at, well, why is that the case? Why are Black students who are doing well in math in middle school not making it into advanced math 1? I think as we think about, whether there's any change that needs to be made, that might be a question that's worth asking too, that I think is related to the private tutoring question that I asked earlier.
So I also want to remind everyone that there is an alternative route into the advanced math sequence that happens after Math 1. And what we found is that Math 1 teachers are best able to identify students who are strong in math who might not have previously considered the advanced math sequence. And anecdotally, the students who enter advanced math 2 from math 1 perform just as well as the top quarter of the students in advanced math 1 from the placement test, actually outperforming students who score just above the cutoff. So not only are we often pulling in a more diverse group of students out of math 1 into advanced math 2, you can really utilize your relationships with students that you have as a teacher to say, you know, you would be a really great fit for this program.
And,
well, go ahead.
Excuse me. In response to the other part of your question, Ty, about collaborating with doing some targeted recruitment of students in 8th grade to encourage them to take the advanced placement test and move into an advanced math 1 class. Maybe Rosa can speak to this, but that is specifically what we met with 8th grade teachers about last year. We met with all 8th grade middle schools, and this was kind of the focus. We wanted to do targeted recruitment of students of color and think through how we could support them in this process to get into the advanced math sequence in year 1. And I really, you know, need to kind of defer to the 8th grade math team about, you know, the value of that. So, you know, I don't know if this is an appropriate time or we have time, but this has been an ongoing kind of conversation that we've been looking at, and there are some different perspectives on it.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Mr. Rock. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. And Mr. Rock, to respond to you, I'm not sure how much time we do have to go into it this evening, but I think this is information that we definitely as a board would like access to. So thank you for your thoughtfulness in that. We are getting ready to transition to our next agenda item, but I wanted to ask the board to join me, since the public can't see my hands, but join me in giving a huge round of applause to all of our math educators for this evening's amazing presentation and amazing workshop. I feel like we really got a great glimpse and look into our math program at the USD, and I feel so much more prepared and happy and excited and knowledgeable about our math program. And I'm sure all of our board directors can agree with me that we are doing, that they feel that way as well. And to echo what Director Sinai said, thank you for staying. We know that you have work to do in the morning and it's 10:38 at night. So thank you for staying, and thank you for all that you do for our students in Berkeley Unified School District. Next, I'm going to invite Associate Superintendent Aurelio to please come and prepare us for the presentation in regards to the update on the Puente program, as well as the contract approval.
Thank you, President Brown. And I know the clock, so I'm going to try to be as quick as possible, because this is a program that the board has asked for and wanted, and the community has wanted in the past, and we're now bringing forward the contract for your approval. So I'm going to push us through. A quick reminder that the Puente program is written into and part of the Latinx resolution. You can see that at the bottom of this slide. It is this year, 21-22, is the planning year for a launch of our first cohorts in 22-23 at Longfellow and Berkeley High School. So for the general community, which I know they will have access to this, and they have it already posted in the agenda, Puente is a program that's been around for many years. It really targets our Latinx students, making sure that we have college-going culture. It's a program that's been replicated throughout the state in different programs. We are fortunate to have them in our backyard. They are housed at UC Berkeley, and there's great partnership with both UC and the college community college network, which is here. Puente, they are co-funded. So the cost of the program itself, as far as the contract with Puente, is fairly minimal relative to many of the programs we see. I'm going to be speaking to specifically what are some of the added costs that we will have to consider, though, as we bring Puente on board. One thing I do want to note is that we are looking to launch at both Longfellow and Berkeley High School next year, our first cohorts. One thing that's unique about the high school structure, this slide doesn't speak to it, but we are doing a pilot. Puente is willing to work with us to adapt to our Berkeley High small learning community structure. There is a challenge the way we do universal ninth grade, and then our students transition to these small school settings, because the traditional Puente program has a looping from 9th through 10th grade, which we know logistically would have been really challenging with our Berkeley High structure. So we've worked and we've been meeting back and forth. Principal Regosa has been very instrumental in this work. Lisa Estupin, our director of categoricals as well, making sure that we're all on the same page, and Puente is really willing to support us piloting through a 10th and 11th grade model, so slightly shifting the program to work within our SLCs. And so really critical in this implementation is recruitment. We need to recruit a Puente teacher, identify the teachers at both the Longfellow program and Berkeley High program. And we also need to pinpoint who our counselors will be that will be holding these Puente cohorts. We are bringing forward this MOU for your approval. This is our contract. It is a multi-year contract. We made sure to write into our contract that either party can, based on funding or needs, separate if needed. So even though it is a multi-year contract, we're not officially locked in. There is a way, if we had to adjust, we could, but we want this to be a very successful launch and a very successful program for our Latinx students. This last slide is key. We try to do a calculation of what the additional cost, the blue row across, that is the actual Puente contract. Like I said, it is a minimal contract. The cost really comes into our staffing of this program. And so in the first year, we are already funded for year one. We set aside $40,000 this year to pay for Puente. So we're covered this year. Next year, we anticipate the cost being around $66,000. So if we set aside the same 40, we're going to need to find and identify other funding sources. I do want to honor our Director Vasudev has reached out to Berkeley Public Schools Funds. We are looking at other partners. We've approached Bears Unidos as well, looking at philanthropy. We will be bringing this to BCEP in this whole budget development as well. But as we build out cohorts, the goal is to get to a point by year 3 and year 4 that we're serving roughly 240 students with full cohorts at Berkeley High and Longfellow. And we also have a plan that would potentially expand it to the other 2 middle schools in years 3 and 4, and that would also bring in some additional costs. With that, I'm going to stop the presentation. I know that you are all familiar with this program and it is late in the hour, so I want to give you the opportunity to discuss if needed or ask questions.
Thank you so much. Board members, if you have any remaining questions on this item before we move to vote, please raise your hand at this time so that we may address them. Director Vasudev, please begin if you're ready.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a big thank you to our Associate Superintendent Ruben Aurelio, Director Estupin, and Superintendent Stevens, and our principals, Principal Furlan and also Principal Regosa, for really taking this planning year very seriously. The community had wanted the Puente program to launch this year, and we met with UC Berkeley last year, and they said, be really thoughtful about, you want to launch a successful program and you want to get buy-in from your schools, be really thoughtful about it. And so the fact that they're willing to do a pilot at the high school, I think is really huge. And I really thank the staff for being very thoughtful about the planning this year. One of the things that I want to make sure, it's more of a comment, not of a question, but I do want my board colleagues to know kind of the context. We recently had a meeting with Beyer Unidos. It's very interested in helping to support this program. And so I just encourage the associate superintendent and superintendent this year to continue to meet with Beyer Unidos and also with the Public Schools Fund, which has some equity grants available later this year, to make sure that we're really applying to all our different funding sources to be able to fully fund a Puente program. I think it's really important that we think about, who's going to own this program for it to be successful in our schools, especially as we think of a potential expansion into our middle schools. And so making sure that we're being thoughtful about lining up the counselor support to make this program really successful, I think is really important. So I like just the way that you've laid out the different funding options, Associate Superintendent Audelio. And then I also want to reiterate a request from the community. They actually started last year, and we haven't given them a formal update about the program, but I know that for at least year one, there's going to be more of a demand than we're probably going to be able to meet, right? If we continue to support, which I hope we do, vote for this program tonight. But I think that it would be really great by the end of this spring to have a meeting at Longfellow and at Berkeley High with the parent community, and with also at the high school, the Latinos Unidos Club, student club, to talk about, how the first cohorts are going to launch, because I think there was a lot of excitement last year. And so I want to make sure that we're intentional about having that kind of open community meeting, and then, make sure that the process is really transparent about who can participate in it and the different students that are targeted for this program, right? It's a mix of English language learners and non-English language learners. It's really they're looking for a diverse array of students. So I think communicating that out to the community will be really important. So those are my comments. Again, as the Associate Superintendent said, this is an integral part of the Latinx resolution. It's something the community has been asking for a while, and I'm really excited to support it. So thank you.
And Director Bassa, just to add, there is part of this year, the planning is going to be the recruitment piece. And so that will include sort of the community outreach and parent sessions at those school sites as well. So that is definitely part of that process.
That's great.
Director Sinai.
Thank you. Supportive, super supportive of the program. I'm glad to see that it's coming forward. Definitely need to look at what the funding strategies are for the longevity of the program, but I'm glad we're getting it started. Not so much question, it's just maybe a point. And thank you, Director Vasudev, for all your work on helping to bridge this and make this happen. As we look at the outcomes that we hope to achieve, and the deliverables and dashboards and metrics, I'm hoping that, Puente, along with our African American Success Framework, along with College Bound, that as we're developing our website and we're looking at, again, I'm really starting to focus on kind of like how we're looking at our budgeting process, that we look at what are some common metrics so that we can actually look at what kind of impact these programs are having on our student population, so that as we evolve in them, we can say, just like we were just asking the teachers, and staff, what's working, what's not, what's having an impact, that we also need to ask our contracted partners, what's working, what's having an impact, and so that we can be very informed and by data as well as, qualitative experiences. And that we look at gaining information, not just based on student outcome, but that we hopefully through the partners have some ways where we're surveying parents and guardians who are engaged in the program. So again, with any of the contracts that we're doing around our equity work, I hope that we're able to create some metrics and dashboards that we can look at our evidence of success.
And Director Sinai, part of that is also how we tag our students in our system so we can track who's participated in these programs.
Are there any other board member comments or questions or concerns? Okay, before we entertain the motion to vote, I just want to echo what Director Sinai said and join her in appreciating Director Vasudev for her work on this, Associate Superintendent Aurelio, as well as Liza Stupin for their round the clock work on this. So thank you so much to all of you, and to those who provided work but were not necessarily mentioned this evening. Thank you for the work that you've done as well. At this time, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve this contract.
I'd like to move forward with the approval for this contract.
It has been enthusiastically moved by Director Vasudev and seconded by Director Sinai. Is there any unreadiness? Hearing none, Ms. Barrios, can you please call the roll to vote?
Sure. Student Director Anjuna Mascareñas Swan,
Yes.
Director Vasudev,
Yes.
Director Saine,
Yes.
Director Alper,
Yes.
Vice President Babbitt,
Yes.
President Brown.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much. The motion passes and the contract is approved. Congratulations, and thank you again for all your work on this. We are now going to move to what was originally agendized as item 12.1 and then following item 12.2. But before we do that, we will potentially need to extend the meeting about 15 minutes or so. So can I please have a motion to do that?
That's all you think we need for both policies? I mean, that's great if you do, but we can only do it once.
That is true. So let's extend the meeting about 20 minutes. And I think we should be able to get through both of those in 30 minutes.
All right, I'll move to extend the meeting to 11:20 then. Sorry, I cut you off.
It's okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Barrios, can you please call the roll?
Student Mascareñas Swan, Student Director,
Yes.
Director Vasudev,
Yes.
Director Saine,
Yes.
Director Alper,
Yes.
Vice President Babbitt,
Yes.
President Brown.
Yes. Thank you. Superintendent Stevens, can you please join us for item 12.1?
Yes, thanks so much, President Brown. So we're bringing a pair of amendments to two existing policies to the board. Both of these amended policies have to do with the inclusion of the COVID-19 booster shot as part of the district's definition of what it means to be fully vaccinated. One of these policies refers to our employees. It would include the booster shot in the definition of being fully vaccinated. The second of these two policies relates to students. The board has most recently discussed the student policy. This was passed back in October. I believe that's the month. And essentially what we're doing is updating an already existing board policy that includes a vaccine or test requirement for our students. The board, with respect to this employee vaccine requirement, never did pass a policy. We had debated this way back in August, and then CDPH actually required of school employees that they either be vaccinated or test. So there are sort of two action items here. They appear in this order. First is the employee vaccine policy. We recognize there's a number of ways to go about this, including simply giving direction that we should include this definition, or potentially that there's a more robust policy discussion about whether or not we want to include a testing option for our employees any longer at this point in the pandemic. So I imagine that might be the first conversation. That is the first item. The second one, I think, is a more simple update to the definition of what it means to be fully vaccinated for students. So I'm happy to chime in with additional information, but these are the two policy recommendations that we're bringing today.
Thank you so much, Superintendent Stevens. At this time, we shall go ahead and begin with questions from the board. If you all have questions in regards to the first policy that we're dealing with this evening, which is to approve amendments to the board policy, universal precautions, to update the definition of full vaccination for employees to include a COVID booster. Are there any board members who would like to begin with questions or concerns? Director Sinai.
I have a clarification question, Dr. Stevens. So does the employee does no longer, because it doesn't say or testing, is mandating vaccinations unless you have a waiver for medical or religious, or is it still vaccination or testing?
I muted myself. This particular language may need to be amended, and I do apologize for this. As a bit of background, the sort of inclusion of booster shots started to appear in CDC guidance just during the second week of our winter break. So these were sort of assembled relatively quickly. The way the intent of our recommendation, we may need to work on the language, is that we would maintain the test or vaccine option for employees. I recognize as I'm looking at this now that it's not adequately included. I think you've caught that right. But the intent here is simply to amend our existing requirements for employees to include the booster shot.
So I would just say that if that's what we're going to do, we should probably say that, because the way this reads is that you're to be vaccinated.
Yes, I agree that the original intent of this writing was to include the testing option as it's currently described by CDPH.
Are you looking at the first one around universal precautions?
Yeah,
we are. Yes. And if it's helpful, I'm happy to share my screen so that we can be looking at the language together.
Please, if you don't mind doing it.
I'm sorry. I'm a little confused because I thought we were just updating the definition. It doesn't supersede the first policy. So testing would still be included. This is just a new definition.
And then what I think it needs to say is that it's amending it needs to refer back to whatever our practice is.
Yeah.
And that's what it doesn't do.
Yeah.
Director Alper.
Yeah, can I just jump in for a second? I'm sorry. So when we established or agreed that employees should get either vaccinated or test, we didn't create an actual board policy. There isn't a board policy that says that. State law now says that, and we adopted it as a practice, but we didn't create a policy. So this I don't think is the right way to do this. I mean, I understand. I'm not being critical. I just don't think it works because it's amending something that doesn't have the rest of the policy, which Director Sinai and Director Babbitt, I think you're both just saying. And so I think if we let's say a majority of the board believes that we should be requiring staff to get boosted or test, we want to add the booster requirement. We could do it in the same way that we did it last time, which is just give direction to staff to add the booster requirement to the existing practice. It's not really a policy, but the existing practice of requiring that of employees, and staff could do that. And I think that would be one reasonable way to do it. Or we could go probably through the policy committee. It would be the most appropriate way to do it if we can do it fast enough. Write out actually a whole policy that has the test or get vaccinated policy and make that an actual policy. It should be either one or the other. It shouldn't. This is kind of shoehorning a definition into an existing policy that actually doesn't really address what we're talking about. So, so I personally think we should add the booster requirement, and then I would be fine giving direction to staff to do that. So that would be sort of my vote, but I'd also, be okay with the other. I just think it'll take longer. And then while I'm talking, I'll just say the other part of what I was going to say on this topic, which is I agree with what President Meyer said. We know that the state is going to require our employees to be vaccinated as soon as the first students are required to be vaccinated. Staff will be too. We should get ahead of it and start requiring it as soon as we can, so that we can make sure we know this spring whether there's going to be staff that we're going to need to replace if they don't get vaccinated, because we know that that's coming. So that may be something that we can do in the policy committee, but I think we should get moving on it, and I'm in favor of it.
Director Vasudev.
Yeah, I just wanted to second what Director Alper said. I think my preference would be to direct staff to add the booster requirement tonight, because I don't want to delay this by sending that portion of the discussion to the policy committee. I think we all know that we're in the middle of a giant surge, and I think it's the right thing to do. It's the right public health thing to do, is just direct staff to do this as quickly as possible. And then to draft a true mandate at the policy committee for employees. And so I think that, and I also hope that that is drafted as soon as possible, by the way. So, but start with the booster with the booster discussion, just to direct staff to do that and to implement it as soon as we can.
Director Alper, is your hand still up?
No, sorry, I keep forgetting.
No? Okay. Well, we've had a little bit of discussion on this. I don't see any other hands up. So that tells me that we are ready for a vote. So I'd like to entertain a motion from whoever would like to provide direction in regards to how we want to direct staff to move forward.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to propose what I said, but I don't think it's a motion, because I just think we should provide direction. So I guess it's more asking President Brown, or asking you to ask the board whether a majority of the board agrees with my suggestion that the Director Vasudev, so she agreed with, which is to direct staff to include the booster requirement in the policy, which still allows employees to test for now if they don't want to get boosted by February 25th, effective February 25th.
And so instead of doing an actual vote, let's go around one by one, and folks can say if they either agree with the proposed language that Director Alper provided, or if they would like to offer it won't be an amendment, but in addition to what he is proposing. So let's begin with Vice President Babbitt, and then go to Director Vasudev, Student Director Mascareñas Swan, and Director Sinai.
Yes, I agree with adding the language for a booster.
Thank you, Vice President Babbitt. Director Vasudev.
Yes, I agree. I just have a clarifying question for our superintendent. Why did we choose February 25th as the final date? Like, why not just a month from now? I guess, like, what's the logic behind the 25th?
It was mainly just to give employees notice time. We still do have some employees who have not yet been boosted. I think sort of regionally we're at 40 to 50% boosted. So this was mainly just to provide time.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you for your direction, Director Vasudev. Student Board Director Mascareñas Swan.
Yes, I agree. I think that makes sense to add this as a directive now and then look towards a mandate as soon as possible. I also was wondering, well, for staff who aren't eligible for a booster yet, they won't be considered fully vaccinated, even though they aren't eligible, so they'll still be required to test. Is that correct?
The way we would contemplate is that if one is not eligible to be boosted, then we wouldn't sort of consider that person not to be fully vaccinated. At the point that a person becomes eligible and is not boosted, that's when that sort of definition of not being fully vaccinated would kick in.
So if someone has both their vaccines, but they haven't gotten their booster because they're not eligible, they would still be considered fully vaccinated?
That's correct.
Okay. That seems a little bit. Okay. That seems.
Why wouldn't they be eligible?
Yeah. Oh, if you haven't had it for 6 months, if they got their second vaccine less than 6 months.
That's right. That's right. There's that 6 month delay.
Oh, I see what you're saying, because technically their second vaccine hasn't worn off quite as much yet. Is that the idea?
That's correct. Yeah, they're still inside of that window of effectiveness that they've described for the second dose.
Okay. Yeah, I'd be interested in looking. Well, that's fine. And then the other one, I just was wondering for both of these actually, but are we planning on providing vaccine clinics for the booster shots the same way that we did for regular vaccinations?
We are, yes. A little early in the meeting, we displayed 2 dates for January booster clinics for our staff.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Student Director Mascareñas Swan, for your direction. Director Sinai.
Yes, I support it. And I appreciate the way this is written here, where the guidance will come from CDPH and City of Berkeley, because things change.
Thank you, Director Sinai, for your direction. I would also like to support Director Alper's recommendation. Okay. So we've now closed this item. If there doesn't need to be any other discussion, Superintendent Stevens, we gave you pretty clear direction. Are you good to go?
Yes, I appreciate it
Beautiful.
very much. Thank you.
Awesome. Let's now move to what was agendized as item 12.2 to do the approval, to approve the amendments to the board policy specifically for our student vaccine and testing policy. Superintendent Stevens, I'll turn it back over to you.
Yes, thanks so much. So in this policy revision, this is actually a board enacted policy. This was the student test or student vaccine or test policy passed by the board. We're proposing just 3 modest amendments. One is to include the booster shot in the definition of fully vaccinated for students who are eligible for that shot. We're also now adding a date for students in the 5 to 11 year old sort of range. We had not been able to fill that in our last effort because that 5 to 11 year old approval had not taken place. So we've now added the March 7th, 2022 date for students 5 to 11 to be considered fully vaccinated. And then finally, we've had a request to include Berkeley adult school students and as part of the weekly testing requirement. That would only be for Berkeley's adult school students who don't have a medical or religious exemption from the vaccine. So those are the 3 recommendations that we're making tonight for an amendment to this policy.
Thank you, Superintendent Stevens. Board members, do you have questions, comments, or concerns? Go ahead, Ty. Director Alper.
I support this, and again, I just want to sort of emphasize that for the students, this is as it was before. This is it's not a mandate. It's a test. It's a vaccine or test. So anybody who doesn't feel comfortable, doesn't want to, they don't have to. They can test. But I think and that's why I support it.
Vice President Babbitt.
Can you explain the definition? A student is fully vaccinated if 2 weeks have elapsed since their second dose of the vaccine. And then the next sentence says fully vaccinated includes the COVID booster shot.
That's old, Vice President Babbitt. Dr. Stevens.
I'm looking at the one that's posted on Agenda Online.
Didn't it get updated?
The language says fully vaccinated includes COVID booster shots for all eligible students. So that's the way that the language is currently written in the posted version, and that's the most recent version as I have it.
Sorry, Vice President Babbitt, is that what you're looking at?
I'm on Agenda Online right now, and the first sentence says the student is fully vaccinated. Do I need to refresh or something? And then what's in blue and underlined says fully vaccinated includes the COVID booster shot.
Right. Yeah. Sorry. I'm sorry. You are looking at the right thing.
Yes.
I guess my question is, you're saying the same thing differently in one paragraph.
Shouldn't it say 3rd dose?
You say you can't be fully vaccinated after your second dose, and then the next sentence, you're fully vaccinated after a booster shot.
I think a key there is for all eligible students. We would define eligibility in keeping with the CDC criteria. And that means that you're 6 months past the second dose. There's actually a chart that CDC has created for that eligibility for the booster shot. So we would refer to that chart. And for anybody who's eligible to have a booster shot, then we would be essentially sort of applying that to the definition of fully vaccinated.
Can you make that clearer somehow in the definition?
Share your screen so that they see what you're looking at.
Yeah.
I'm confused about the same thing.
Yeah, I'm very happy to do it. I think, Vice President Babbitt, I've got the text that you were looking at. Is that right?
Yes.
Why don't I make this just
a little clearer that what
you're you're making it bigger, Brent. I just want to remind us all that it's 11:09 p.m. So just be aware of the time, please.
So I'm just going to suggest, I think Vice President Babbitt's right that is confusing. What I want to propose, President Brown, is that if everybody agrees with the concept, that Dr. Stevens, the staff can make it a little bit clearer. But the idea is that if you're eligible for the booster, by the criteria that we go by, which is following the people who govern this stuff. If you're eligible for the booster, then in order to be considered fully vaccinated, you have to get it. That's what we mean. But I think you're right, Vice President Babbitt. It's confusing.
Director Vasudev.
I was going to suggest that we link to the CDC guidance. Or like there's some mention of it as you further elaborate on the definition. Just link to the guidance doc.
Dr. Stevens, do you want to respond to the direction that was given from both Director Babbitt and Director Alper in regards to the language, as well as the idea from Director Vasudev to add in the link to the CDC guidance?
Yeah, we appreciate the feedback, and we'd be happy to go back and make sure that the intent of the policy is clear. And that is that for a full student to be described as fully vaccinated, that they would have to have the booster shot if they're eligible to get it. And I also appreciate the idea of linking to the CDC guidance, and probably would just describe it as the current guidance, given that it might change over time.
Are there any other questions, or Director, Vice President Babbitt, I see your hand is up still.
Oh, sorry, I should lower it. Thank you.
Oh, it's okay. Are there any other questions or comments or concerns in regards to the language? No, hearing none. If we could all just quickly go through and share if they, just a quick yes or no to share if you are in support of both Director Babbitt and Director Alper, and as well as Director Vasudev's guidance.
President Brown, I think this does need to be a formal motion.
Okay.
I'll move it if you want.
Thanks, Director Alper. Is there a second?
Okay. Yeah, and so I'll move that we pass this amendment to the policy with the with direction to staff to address the two things that were brought up by Vice President Babbitt and Director Vasudev.
Is there a second? Is there any unreadiness?
The definition of fully vaccinated.
Definitely clarifying the definition of fully vaccinated and tying it to CDC guidance.
Well, the motion has been moved and seconded. Unreadiness has been addressed. Ms. Barrios, can you please call the roll?
Student Director Anjuna Mascareñas Swan.
Yes.
Director Vasudev.
Yes.
Director Sinai.
Yes.
Director Alper.
Yes.
Director Vice President Babbitt.
Yes.
And President Brown.
Yes. Thank you so much. Well, you all, it is now 11:13 and we have reached the opportunity in our meeting for second opportunity for public comment. If you would like to speak to the board, this is the perfect time to raise your hand. Once we close that period, you will not be able to raise your hand afterwards. So please raise your hand if you'd like to speak for public comment. Currently, I only see one hand, so I would like to invite Lindsay Nofelt to please prepare to give her public comment to us. Followed by Dan McDunn. Because there are only two of you all, Director Babbitt, each speaker will be provided with 3 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. I have two comments to make. One is about the vaccination. It's been minutes since 12-year-olds have been approved for booster shots, and we talk about using CDPH in City of Berkeley as guidance, but the CDC has not updated the definition of fully vaccinated to include booster shots. And I'm appreciative of the testing exemption for kids 5 to 11, but we need to talk, I think that we need to consider how we're not really following the guidance that we're saying we're following. Because if the CDC doesn't define 3 shots as being fully vaccinated, then we're not following CDC guidance. So that's one point. And then when we're talking about math and equity, There's a lot of correlations to literacy, and I really appreciated the workshop and the robust discussion. It was really impressive, and I'm so happy. However, there was one point that really stood out to me. When we talk about the data and how we're using this information to make changes needed, it was stated that individual teams are responsible for teaching at sites and making changes at site level. This is hard for me to hear because teachers and sites can only teach the curriculum that they've been given. And if something's wrong with the curriculum and it's not reaching the same 35, 40, 50% of students, then we have a responsibility to look at that curriculum as a whole and find if there are faults there or gaps between what's research driven and what's actually happening in the classrooms. So I'd love to see some assessment of the curriculum as a whole, K through 12 for math and literacy, to be honest, that focuses on the developmental needs and setting up students for success. So that sometimes means that math has to include self-regulatory executive processes so that students can initiate and activate and sustain their working memory in order to succeed in math and in other areas of their education. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nofelt, for your comments and for staying so late. Mr. McDonough, would you like to go next? And this will be our last public comment of the evening.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks for staying up late to work hard on these important issues. As I mentioned before, I understand the predicament that you're in between the public, an anxious and fearful public that exists here in Berkeley, and the national, federal health bureaucracies that are dictating policy. I'll note that those health bureaucracies are completely captured, regulatorily speaking, by the pharmaceutical industry. 12 months ago, Berkeley, as a community that's skeptical of large corporations and the collusion between them and government, probably would have been the first community on earth to be skeptical of whatever pharma's up to. That's an industry that recalls 4,000, excuse me, the FDA recalls 4,500 products per year annually. That's 12 products per day. Most of those not developed at warp speed by a bad orange man president administration. Just want to note that. Since we've been on this call tonight, I've discovered a website called howbad.info, and at the death of our friend, we have learned the vaccine lot from Pfizer that she took is responsible for 90 deaths that are reported in the vaccine adverse effect reporting system. That's a Berkeley High class of 91 graduate murdered by Pfizer. So I want to encourage all students and staff to look at howbad.info and look up the lot number of the vaccine they're about to inject into their body before they plunge that plunger. I mean, this is literally Russian roulette with an experimental product with now a track record of over 20,000 deaths reported in the vaccine adverse effect reporting system, something that's undercounted by a Harvard Pilgrim study has determined that is undercounted by a multiple of 10 to 100 times. I would also encourage all of the young people that, or survivors of young people in our community that passed away over the last 6 months to look back at the lot numbers of the vaccines that their loved ones took to see if they might align with some of those more damaging lot numbers at howbad.info, which, like I said, I learned about this evening. So just please, for God's sake, leave the testing option in place for students and staff as this moves forward. And people have the right to make a decision to play Russian roulette or not, in my opinion. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. McDonough, for your comments and for being here so late. And again, our deepest condolences to you and your family. At this time, our meeting is adjourned at 11:19 this evening. Thank you all so much for an excellent meeting, and I will see you again pretty soon. Good night.
Happy birthday, Director Alper.
Yeah, happy birthday, Ty.
Everybody, good night.
Happy birthday.
Good night.
Good night.